What's going on, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. How are you all doing? Shout out to all of you all. We are back at it. Absolutely. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Good morning. Good Saturday morning. Y'all, we're getting earlier and earlier now because, I got time. So, how you all doing? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Shout out to everybody up in here. Texas, Mother Bird, what's happening? Nikki B, I see you. Waffles, I see you. What's going on? Oh my goodness, Juju. Shout out to all the mods, you all. Thank you all so much. What is this? Simply do this on your neck. Place the tip of your finger when the true was keeping the tip. And now rotate your hand to you. What you why would wait a minute? You see the angle was way off. The bullets move. you understand that? Like the trajectory of a bullet after it comes into impact, it could go however. You'd be surprised. Yeah, this isn't. There are other murder cases where you can look at how a bullet has entered one area of the body and then lands up somewhere else. You'd be surprised, and you're like, "How did that happen?" I might want to look at case law. Case law. Any other murder case, someone being shot and then the bullet somehow takes a different trajectory or path because you got physics working. So I went over that when he was the day he was assassinated, and actually went over the impact and the damage it could do to the human body. I pulled up an actual 3D video and went over the blood vessels that could have been severed and damaged, which would decrease the chance of him being able to survive. You hit those major blood vessels, that's it. Because at the end of the day, he passed away. He bled out. It's that simple. He bled out. So doing all that nonsense is irrelevant when it hit major arteries that cause him to bleed out. That's how science doesn't work like that. Sometimes it's a fickle creature, but it had nothing to do with anything else. Unless you can show me a video of someone else on another part of that campus with a bullet and gun, it makes no sense. I'm not going into all to the reality, y'all. I can't do that. Job for 9. Hey there. Is she going to jail? I hope so. At the very least, I do hope that the judge, starts to hold people in contempt of court. Because if you let people get away with it now, they're going to keep getting away with it. It makes no sense. The medical records thing is too much. Absolutely, I agree. I said that 9 months ago. I even pulled up the video yesterday. We had a great time with Lisa Knowles. Shout out to her. She has been going through it with the candy ass cult members and the doxing and all this nonsense. And then, issue with the Leah files, and I don't know who she is, and I'm okay with that. But all of that is going on. It's just, and for what? For Candace to say words like, we don't owe Candace a damn thing. No one owes her anything. If Leah Files felt that she was doxxed and all of that, why didn't she report it or sue somebody? Why didn't she take legal action? She could have done that. And then, what if she's proven wrong? So far, she didn't sue Lisa Knowles. I don't get it. So, yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hit the like button and tell me what number you are. But yeah, the HIPAA privacy law, I caught that 9 months ago, y'all. We catch it over here. I'm not gonna sit here and lie for views, Ken. But I know you watched, and I know you know that I caught that 9 months ago. Whoever sent it to us should have been fired. It's crazy. Can't make this up, man. I appreciate all of you. Our Mama Say, E. Hampton, Susie Q, Colleen, I got you and Nikki. How y'all doing? Y'all ready? We gonna check out Joshua Carr's. He did a debate, and I wanted to see it. Plus, sometimes it's just funny. Like it's crazy that he has the patience of a turtle dove, where he can do this. Oh man, because the one with Gary that dude was so annoying. What's his name? Berman. Oh, he was so annoying. Jay Witt had to put him in check, and y'all know Deacon don't get mad like that. Oh my goodness. Let me see. And here's the video I covered 9 months ago, y'all. I covered it regarding the HIPAA violation and Candace putting up his information, Charlie Kirk's medical information. I covered this 9 months ago, and I cannot believe that she is revisiting that and doing it again. You can't make this up. So let's get into this. Sorry, I'm trying to get my bearings together. Oh, shout out to Joshua Carr. These are something else. And I think it's a good way for him to be able to, I guess challenge the status quo, whatnot, but yet give opportunity for people to explain what their issue is or whatever. The problem is they don't show any evidence. They don't have any documentation to back it up. It's just a matter of I feel this and I feel that. That's not that. Somebody got to come with some documentation. Otherwise, this is not a counseling session. This is not therapy. You feel. Got it. Where's the documentation to support your argument? That's a debate. So they don't come with that well enough to even debate. But he's got the patience of a turtle dove, and he did it again. So we want to hear from one more. I would like to do like a mock trial, personally. I would love to have a mock trial where we get at least two attorneys or lawyers even, that can present legal argument with documentation, give a little back and forth, and help. So, you can help the audience understand what's going on in the court and be able to kind of present all of these arguments and prove how legally these so-called, slogans of Candace will not hold weight in court. That's what I want. But I mean, it's hard to get lawyers to come down and do that. So, but let's get to this, you all. I'm gonna have some fun. We're gonna chill and we're gonna enjoy this. I know I am. I haven't seen this, so I don't know how this went. If you all have, tell me how bad it was. If it was bad. I don't think Joshua Carr would just let it get down south, and he's certainly not one where he seems like he's argumentative. So, I'm sure it was very pleasant. But let's get to this. Y'all hit the floor where you can see in here. Let's go. Let's fast forward a bit.
Yeah, and I'll just say I was in the. We'll try to get to all questions, but if you leave a super chat, we will get to it no matter what. With that, I want to bring in Craig. Craig, how are you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good. And I apologize for the viewers. I'm going to be looking down here at my monitor because I want to just be able to, I know Craig's face isn't up, but I feel weird like looking at a camera instead of looking where the audio is coming from. But here are the ground.
I apologize. It's 6 a.m. where I am, so it's a little early for camera for me. So yeah.
Do you mind telling me what time zone you're in, where you're at?
Yeah, I'm in Japan.
Very cool. Okay, well, no worries. I've never said that someone has to have their camera on, so I don't mind at all. I just appreciate you being here. Here are the ground rules, and I'll submit to them as much as I ask you to. We don't do profanity here, so no profanity, please. No personal attacks. I don't even know who you are, so there's nothing for me to personally attack you on. And then in terms of the debate itself, unfortunately, I'm going to be a debater and a moderator. And so I'll do my best to be fair to you. And I think I was fair to the people yesterday, but just understand that's kind of the difficult position I'm in. And what we'll do here is I'll lay out a claim. I want to hear what kind of your claim is. And then let's aim for like 30 seconds back and forth, just so each of us can actually get a true point in. Is that fair? Are those things good for you?
For sure.
Okay. Awesome. Well, here is my claim. My claim is just simply that Tyler Robinson is the most likely person, and I'm willing to go up to at least 95, if not 99% certain that he was the one that assassinated Charlie Kirk. What's your claim?
95 and 99.
My claim is that I put myself in like a juror's perspective. Does that make sense? Like, I really appreciate the investigative journalism, if you want to call it that, like that people like Candace and Baron Coleman and others have been doing. But I put myself in the juror's perspective, and I just haven't seen enough evidence to definitively say that Tyler Robinson, which is what the prosecution is claiming, acted alone, lone gunman with a 30-06, killed Charlie Kirk with one gunshot. I haven't seen enough evidence to support that.
Okay, so I just want to understand your point of view then, because again, one of the difficult things with this is the people on my side of things, we have we all believe the same thing, which is that Tyler Robinson did it. On your side of things, it's a little bit more of a spectrum. And so is there a specific narrative that Candace Owens or Baron Coleman have put out there that you subscribe to? Do you believe Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger, but just there were other people conspiring?
Yeah, no, I haven't. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Yeah, I haven't seen anything to suggest that there was a trigger pull. I haven't seen, whatever this 4K video is. I haven't seen it. I don't think you've seen it. So that's
the jury hasn't even seen it because the jury has not even been selected. That goes without saying. Like in a debate, this is why it's hard to debate your opinions. You got to come with some factual basis to this, because otherwise it gets lost in the fray. Does that make sense? You have to have some sort of factual foundation. He's saying, well, the prosecutor is accusing him of being the lone gunman with a 30-06, blah, blah, blah. First off, let's start with the fact that if he's the shooter, okay, he carried out the act of murdering Charlie Kirk. As far as co-conspirators or any others involved, they haven't even touched on that. The preliminary hearings are to simply show that there's probable cause. There's sufficient evidence providing merit to the case to move it to the trial. In the trial, then you can explore co-conspirators. If there were others who were looking out for him, was the first man that yelled out that he did it, was he trying to actively play a role in this? That stuff can come out during the trial. This 4K vision, clear video, whatever this other dude, this simp for Candace said he saw, that's something that the jury needs to see. We don't need to see it. And that's the thing that, these candy asses not getting. None of us need to see it before the jury. That judge will do whatever he needs to do to preserve the integrity of this case. And if it means kicking out all the cameras, then that's exactly what will be done. Because this can't stall 1,000 years. Because you got people in there recording shit they should not be recording when they know better. And they should be held in contempt of court. There should be consequences for a reason. and let it be great. That way it can be a deterrence. But things get out of whack when the judge said, okay, I'll let cameras in here, but here's the ground rules and these standing orders. This is the decorum of the court. And then people violate it willfully and nothing happens to them. That's the quickest way to lose control of that courtroom and to have the integrity of this case just lost in the wind. Candace wants Tyler Robinson to get off. We don't care. We don't care how she feels. And that's the same approach with these debates. How you feel is irrelevant. No one has seen all the evidence. And the jury needs to see it. I want the jury to see it. I want an impartial jury to see it first. That way they can see it with their own eyes, and they do not have any preconceived biased notions of any of the evidence shown. And they can truly deliberate on evidence that they and them alone have only seen, along with the prosecutor and defense. That's how that works. Like the whole, I'm just going to debate my opinion and feelings, all that. That's not a debate. That's a counseling session. Now, Josh Carr handles this well. I'm so proud of him. He handles this so well. I mean, I give kudos to anyone that can really do this, especially with this cult hive mentality they have. They just repeat Candace's talking points. I don't give a damn about how she feels. Say something else. Why they can't be original and be creative with this? But he came with zero facts or evidence. None. I'm taking the jury's perspective. The jury will not take that perspective because there is no jury. Something has to be factually based here. Right now, there's no jury. So you can't take the perspective of something that doesn't exist. And that is not what the jury will be instructed by the court to do. You can't just take the perspective because you heard Candace. If that be the case, you would not be on that jury. Hit the 4 if y'all understand what I'm saying. Anyone going in talking about, I do not believe or feel this and that, the third. No. You need to get out. You need to come in here with a clear mind and a clear conscience. We need you to be impartial. We don't give a damn about how Candace feels. No one cares.
A big question mark for me. And, the idea that he acted alone. Now, would I say that he's completely innocent? Absolutely not. Do I think maybe that he had something to do on that day with what happened? Quite possibly. And that's what the trial is for.
Okay, fair enough. So this is a good point.
So who pulled the trigger on the gun if he didn't do it? George Farmer did it? George Farmer did it.
Before we get into some of the meat of things, just a good point of maybe agreement that we can come on. When the trial happens, let's assume that it goes to trial. Let's assume that everything goes down without any sort of plea agreement. If the jury comes down and Tyler Robinson is guilty, is that like done for you? You're good. You're definitely you're done with what Candace Owens and Baron Coleman have said.
I don't really understand the question. Do you mean like would I take the jury's decision and be okay with that?
Correct, because there's a subset, I would say the majority of Candace Owens fans who the jury, frankly, like the trial doesn't even matter to them. They're not going to trust it no matter what. And I just don't want to pigeonhole you into anything without hearing you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I haven't really heard that claim that you're making, that a lot of people on Candace Owens' side, whatever that may be, would not accept, the result that maybe they're not expecting. Where do you get that claim from?
Well, I mean, she doesn't even believe any of the preliminary hearing, any of the evidence that they presented there. Like the preliminary hearing,
What do you mean by like not believing preliminary? Like give me an example.
Huh?
For instance, the preliminary hearing has evidence of Tyler Robinson being on campus.
Did he not watch it? See, here's it. See here. This is why you can't debate opinions and feelings. Has he not even seen the preliminary hearing? Has he not read the charging documents? Has he not read the probable cause affidavit? Has he not read any of the court orders? Reading is fundamental, but it's also imperative if you plan on debating somebody. He wants everything. They want everything handed to them on a silver platter. So you've done nothing for this debate. Got it. Why are we here? Why do you come up here? You're asking me to give you all the information. Some of this stuff you can just Google in real time. Good grief.
That day, and Candace Owens and her followers don't believe he was like ever there ever. So I guess
I would have to push back on that. I don't think that that's true. I think that, you know, from a good faith perspective, you can say that there is some, you know, some suggestive evidence that
he said, I don't think that's true. What's not true?
Preliminary, like give me an example.
For instance, the preliminary
the evidence that was admitted into the prelim hearing. It's that simple. If you don't know what a preliminary hearing is, Craig, then you're going to have to look that up. Candace doesn't believe any of the evidence that's been admitted into the case in the preliminary hearings. From the testimonial evidence to the physical evidence. She doesn't believe any of it. We all knew she was going to say that. We all knew that she was going to say, well, I don't believe none of this. I just don't believe any of it. Okay. We don't care.
Hearing has evidence of Tyler Robinson being on campus that day, and Candace Owens and her followers don't believe he was like ever there ever. So I guess I
would have to push back on that. I don't think that that's true.
It is true. She literally said that. She stated, I don't even believe he was there on campus. Those words came out of her mouth. So he's got selective amnesia.
I think that, you know, from a good faith perspective, you can say that there is some, you know, some suggestive evidence that perhaps somebody that is slightly resembling, from what we've seen, by the way, okay, slightly resembling Tyler Robinson, you know, shades, hat, jeans, whatever, maroon shirt. Do we have images that maybe suggest somebody with his look and build? Yeah. But I mean, is that enough to convict somebody? Absolutely not. Now,
well, okay,
one question.
Sorry, really quick, Craig. We can get into this. I guess my question for you, let's say, I guess I'm talking about hypotheticals because I just want to understand what would be satisfying to you. Let's say hypothetically, the same images, the exact.
Josh, I'm going to tell you something. Nothing will be satisfying to them. Because if it doesn't come from their cult leader, it's moot. It's null and void. They don't give a damn.
Same videos that we've already seen in the preliminary hearing were shown also in trial.
DNA
and nothing more.
Lie.
And then the jurors found that, along with the other evidence, to be enough to convict Tyler Robinson. Would just based on what the jury decides, would you be satisfied with that?
Absolutely. I would say yes. But my only caveat there would be putting myself in a juror's perspective.
You cannot do that and sit here and say, I don't believe anything. There's DNA evidence that he left out there on the roof. So that physically puts him on the roof. He left his DNA on the roof. Period. Not just on the weapon, on the roof itself, on the ground. So that is how DNA works. If you don't believe science, then we can't have this conversation.
I would never be able, at this point, given the evidence that I've seen, I would never be able to send somebody to his death based on the evidence that was presented in the preliminary hearing.
DNA.
Is that fair?
Okay.
DNA.
Okay. Yes, I feel like we're in the same point of view, and I understand now. So let's go into that. What is unsatisfying to you?
Basically, I just want to see. I want to see all of the things. If he was at Chick-fil-A, show me the video. Show me all of the footage uninterrupted. You know, there must be literally hours of footage. Just play it.
No, the jury needs to see it. You're not entitled. You're not important. That's it. He doesn't even believe the DNA evidence. You know, the DNA that comes off of Tyler Robinson's body.
At all. That's all you have to do. That's it.
And the prosecution. Okay, so again, we're in agreement there. I'm with you. The prosecution wants that. Erica Kirk wants that. The media lawyer wants that. The defense has not wanted things like that. But again, that's for the future. That's for the trial. So it seems like we're in lockstep with that. My claim is just Tyler Robinson. Based on what I've seen, I agree with you. Maybe I'm not 100% there, but I'm 95% there. So I'm just wondering. Who would it be if it wasn't Tyler Robinson? And like, what more do you need in order to be, let's just get you to 80%. Are you 80% sure it was Tyler Robinson?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, what you're like, it's a little bit, I'm not saying that you're straw manning this argument. That's not what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, what we should be doing is steel manning against the prosecution. And to kind of be cheerleaders for the prosecution, I find to be a little bit icky. That's all.
Oh no.
Okay.
Icky.
I see where you're coming from. And I think that's a good.
Oh, it's so icky to be cheerleading the prosecutors. It's so icky. They don't even give the prosecutors credit. They keep calling this fat slop. They don't even give the prosecutors and the investigators the credit they deserve for actually gathering the evidence in this case. Because it's their case. You know, in the state of Utah, where the crime occurred. The crime occurred in Utah. In that jurisdiction. That's why the state of Utah has this case. It is their case. They keep trying to give credit to the FBI. FBI is not spearheading this. They're merely assisting, and probably barely. Give the credit where it is deserving of, to the prosecutors, to the investigators that gathered the evidence in this case. If he doesn't know how this stuff works in the court of law, once again, how do you debate something like how do you debate feelings and emotions?
Faith argument. I guess my question then, if we are steel manning the defense side, is what are you seeing where you feel then that Tyler Robinson couldn't have done this? Because for myself, and I think most of my viewers were thinking, okay, DNA evidence, that's difficult to overcome. We could talk about the images. We can talk as well about the motive, and we can talk about the confessions that he's had online. Those seem to be kind of the four main categories.
Yeah, I mean, like, do you want to kind of just walk through the day a little bit, like what happened and where the evidence is? I mean, let's start, I guess, with you know, his movements on the day according to the prosecution. Do you see any issues with the way?
No, let's start with the DNA they found on the roof that puts him on the roof, because that DNA came off of his body. That's it. All that other crap is hoopla. They got his DNA on the roof. That means he was on the roof. You cannot say he was not there when his DNA puts him there, because otherwise your DNA is just not going to travel in the wind, grow legs and feet, get a passport to go travel, get on a plane, land in Utah, and then walk itself up on that roof. DNA is just not going to do that on his own. If DNA could, our DNA would be all over the world. People be finding Lady Luck Club DNA over there in Italy. What are you doing over here near, you know, the ancient Rome ruins? What do you? How dare you go to the pyramids of Egypt or without me? DNA. Lady Luck Club's DNA has now been found in China along the Great Wall. Can't believe that my DNA went to China and I didn't go.
Way that they're explaining the way he traveled, the changes of clothes, the back and forth. Do you see any sort of like question marks there, or is that good for you?
There are some minor questions, you know, I'd love to know his conversation that he had with TPUSA. It was unclear, like how official that was. Was that just him saying hi? Was that like a student TPUSA representative, or was that a higher up? So yeah, I've got some like minor details, but the main storyline of him leaving his apartment around 5 a.m., driving to Orem, going 4 separate times onto campus, and people showing timestamps with videos, that I've got no problem with that. I think that's compelling evidence.
Yeah. So why do you think we didn't see anything related to like him being, for example, at the Chick-fil-A? Like, why not that video? Do you think that video exists?
Yeah, these are good questions. And again, you seem reasonable, and so I appreciate this. I think I would love to see that video come out in trial, but I do think that was just something that didn't, like, for the purposes of a preliminary hearing, that didn't need to be shown.
Like, listen, I don't want to get ahead of my skis here when it comes to, like, you know, because I know we're trying to like be a little bit incremental with this, which I appreciate. It's just that, like, when you have, okay, for example, I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus here, but when you have people like, let's say, what's his name, Benny Johnson, when you have somebody like that come out and say, irrefutable, so guilty, we need to put this person essentially to death, I just find that to be very disingenuous.
No, it's not, because he has DNA out there. You get the videos. DNA would trump the videos. Because you see how they're making some sort of biased view of these videos, but they don't ever address the science. You know, the biology of it all. The DNA. They never mention the DNA. Don't even expand on it. The first thing they want to talk about are videos. No, he left DNA. My DNA is going to go to Mexico next week. Okay. I'm so jealous. We got to get Roger Rabbit on the case. Roger Rabbit. Y'all, we got to go to Wacky Cartoonville and summon up Roger Rabbit. Y'all seen that movie? The old movie, man. That movie is a classic. Roger Rabbit solved it all. Acme Inc. Boy, I wish I could call Roger Rabbit right now. Hey, you mind going over there to UVU? There's some alternate reality that the candy asses have stepped into. It's got to be another Toonville out there that we just don't see that you can help us with. Because I just refuse to go to Toonville, okay? They got anvils falling on people's heads. Roadrunner is still falling off a cliff. You know, maybe an animated Big Bird sitting here laying eggs. So we can't have any of that. We gotta get the experts in that have experience with being in Toonville, where everything is cartoonish and every person is a goofball, high on mushrooms, worshiping a Candace Owens, an alien. We got to get Roger Rabbit in on the case.
I find that to be something that is not supported by the evidence that's been shown. And so it just makes me a bit, it really just raises some eyebrows for me. And I just don't think that that's where we should be kind of as a culture and as a society when it comes to a huge case and somebody's.
And now, how dare we say, oh, the DNA evidence proves it? It's irrefutable. 99.9999999% that was his DNA. It was tested, analyzed, got it. Because his DNA was left on the roof. Oh, okay, cool. So I don't care if I see your face or not. You left your DNA. Yeah, okay. Roger Rabbit, you got to start with the roof. Get all the particles of his DNA. They're going to need some clothes. Obviously, these things operate on their own. And they can grow legs and walk.
Life in the balance. I just think that that's pretty bad form.
Okay, so I to be clear, and you probably haven't seen it, I've spoken out against what he said. I agree with you on that 100%.
I mean, it wasn't just him, right? It was multiple people kind of in lockstep, right?
Yeah, and I'll just say I was in the courtroom and I never said anything like that. And I know there were others that didn't. And so all I'll say is I agree with you that Benny Johnson and Jack Posobiec should not have said that. And I think that it is damaging. And I think that it is evidence that they were very disingenuous and maybe excited to see a conviction come down on Tyler Robinson. However, I do not see evidence of what everyone is extrapolating from that, which is that TPUSA had something to do with this. And so my counter to that is absolutely.
No, I'm not making the claim that TPUSA had something to do with this. But what I will say, but just going back to like the Candace aspect, because I know that's kind of like, one of your, in the Venn diagram of things, I think Candace is there for you, and myself included. I just feel like what TPUSA has been caught in are a number of, let's say, not full truths. And so that also raises some questions.
What not full truths? They never name these so-called not full truths. Because, it could just say lie. That's too hard for him to say lie. What are the lies they told? Or caught in? They got caught in some not full truths. No reply. How you doing, honey? Did I miss something new? I hope you are okay. Oh man, we just watching Josh Carr do his debate. This was round 2. And I'm still laughing at how the candy ass cult members still cannot fathom DNA. Did you know DNA could grow legs and travel all over the world without your body? No reply. We're gonna send out a request for Roger Rabbit to go to Toonville and collect the DNA off the roof. Obviously, this DNA has a mind of its own. and it can travel. Somehow, Tyler Robinson's DNA landed on the roof of the building, and it was done without Tyler Robinson being there. So we're gonna sum it up. We're gonna sum it up. Roger Rabbit, so he can go buy some clothes for the DNA. Because only a cartoon can see something so cartoonish and goofy in nature. The idea that DNA evidence from Tyler Robinson's body puts him on the roof, and yet they're claiming he wasn't there at all, but his DNA evidence was there. So we gotta get Roger Rabbit. He can see these cartoonish things from Toonville, right? And then I said, hey, you're gonna have to buy the DNA evidence, some clothes and shoes and stuff, because they can obviously just travel without being on the host. And just decide to just, of all places, land on the roof of a building on the UVU campus. They're not going to, Paris or anything like that. No, F that. They're going to UVU, top of a building where it's hot. That DNA evidence has got a mind of its own. Oh, God. Can't make this up. Now they want to sit here and say, oh, well, TPUSA was, in some half-truths. What is a half-truth? You're either telling the whole truth or a whole lie. Pick one.
Questions. So, okay. If you have nothing to hide, if you have absolutely,
They offered Candace to come to Arizona to face them in person and to debunk her live on national television, because that would have went viral. And her punk ass did not want to fly to Arizona. Remember? She didn't move the goalpost talking about, oh, it needs to be virtual. But then when Erica Kirk goes to Tennessee for 4.5 hours, she went to meet her in person. Why didn't Candace take her punk ass out there to Arizona? Once again, they have selective amnesia. Because they forget that she was invited to go to Arizona in December of last year. She said, no, George told me no. This is what she said in the video. Her words, not mine. George said, no, we already had plans. It's his birthday. He's got people coming in from out of the country. So, he said no, and what am I to do? He said no. Now all of a sudden, George got a ball sack. What you mean? Now he got a spine? Her cult members to sit here and tell, oh, George doesn't tell her what to do. Go and watch the video where she said he does. That's how stupid they are. They don't even know how to pick and choose the fight. They just go against and antagonize whatever argument you're making for the sake of argument. Not that they're right. Even when Candace actually said, George told me no, they will go back and say, George doesn't control Candace. She thinks he does for that one time. What you mean? Go back and watch your cult leader say that George told her no. Why not get on George as opposed to you thinking you're going to prove me wrong with that when she said it in a whole damn video? They so stupid.
Oh, if it's a slam dunk case and you're not involved at all, which I'm not saying you are, then just release everything, answer every single question that's out there. But that's not what's happening. And so it's just creating more fodder for this speculation.
Yeah, well, and this is where I find this hypocritical, okay? And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about between people like Benny Johnson or Candace Owens. It's like you're talking about Benny Johnson and Jack Posobiec shouldn't have said these things. But Candace Owens has come out and publicly said that Erica Kirk murdered Charlie Kirk. So I would argue that was far more damaging. It is true. We have text messages of her saying to someone else, I would like to ask Erica Kirk, why did you murder your husband? So she has said that.
I haven't seen that text message. Can you put that on the screen?
What?
Are you able to do that?
I don't have it offhand, but I can. I actually do have access.
Maybe you can post it on your X account later, just it as a follow up, because I would love to see that.
Yeah, mm-hmm. I actually pulled it up for someone.
See, once again, they have selective amnesia. Now he remembers nothing. You know, you watch Candace. You watch every show she does. You look at every post. Now you want to have selective amnesia? We're not doing selective amnesia up here. How about you Google it? I'm gonna get at you to do for homework. We'll have Roger Rabbit check your grades.
Just a little bit earlier, so let me pull it up while we're still talking. But cool. On your point with TPUSA, I think this is where it falls flat. What
they lied about.
Erica Kirk has already asked for everything to come out openly. TPUSA has asked for everything to come out openly. But in terms of a successful prosecution, it's actually not on them to do that. They're not a pod. Like, this is the difference in incentives. You've got Erica Kirk and TPUSA. They want justice for Charlie. They want Tyler Robinson to go to jail. And so they're letting the prosecutors, who are the ones that actually carry out justice, do those things. And Candace Owens does not want those things. Candace,
you know what? No reply. I can say that flat out, just based on all the things she's saying. She definitely wants Tyler Robinson to get off. She wants him to get off. And Candace is doing this to be vindictive against Erica Kirk and TPUSA. The same venom she has for Daily Warrior and Ben Shapiro is what she has for Erica Kirk and TPUSA. But yet wants them to put her on their payroll and to give her a monthly retainer for PR, public relations, because she thinks this is a fucking game or a joke. This dumb heifer is working with the defense. They're just smart enough not to put her ass on a stand because she would get obliterated in the cross exam. All she's doing is trying to get him off. I've been saying this for the longest. Candace Owens wants Tyler Robinson to walk free. Period.
Candace Owens wants clicks and money. And so because of that,
again, I feel like that's a bit of a bold claim. I think to say that.
But hear me out here. But hear me out. But Candace Owens has no allegiance to the prosecution or defense. She's not trying to help either of them. She's not trying to make sure that, Tyler Robinson gets convicted. And so she's just trying to get it out on her own podcast. TPUSA is in a very different position. Their goal is to get a conviction against Tyler Robinson. I think a lot of people would actually, against them, would agree with me on that statement. And so can you see that it's actually not on them to release those things in the first place? Because in doing so, they may actually hurt the case, meaning that it's the job for prosecutors to bring that out in trial, not for podcasters to release it on their podcast for money.
Again, I see what you're saying. And in many ways, I agree with you. It's just that the point of the preliminary hearing is for the prosecution to essentially show the judge that look at all of this evidence that we have. This is undeniable, burden of proof, reasonable.
No, it's not burden of proof. Beyond a reasonable doubt. It is probable cause. 51% convincing.
Full doubt, all of that, right? And for them not to...
Nope. That's the problem. Candace does not teach her coat a damn thing because she wants them to be ignorant of this. Because it's easier for them to believe that this is just a bunch of hoopla. They didn't show everything because she doesn't know how court works. Even though she has 2 lawsuits that she should be concerned about. That's what she need to be worried about. Minding her own damn business, being those 2 lawsuits, and then taking her ass to court and answering to the allegations against her dumbass. No, she's not worried about her own lawsuits at all. She doesn't even want to go to court for them. And now you sit here and you're saying the prelims about proven beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not the burden. But see, when they're not even coming with factual information, how is this a debate? It becomes just another pointless argument. They all say the same thing. It's just a repeat of Candace. If we want to know how Candace feels, we can watch her dumbass videos that are boring as hell. They can't come up with anything beyond that. And then they
essentially put out the things that were, people in society are saying, like, what about this? What about this? What about this? Is very worrying.
Don't care.
And it seems to suggest that they don't have a ton of really substantial evidence that puts Tyler Robinson acting alone on Pelosi Center with a .30-06, shooting Charlie Kirk in the neck and killing him.
Well, that's what
Okay,
happened.
so I appreciate
DNA
this
on
is
the roof.
substantive. Let me bring up a few points and I'll see what you say.
Sure.
Really quick, though, before I do that, I do have the text message. This
Cool.
is between Candace Owens and a TPUSA member that was giving
Is
her
this still a
some
topic of
insider
discussion?
stuff, apparently. Let me see if I can maximize this.
He knows he's seen that. No, he knows he's seen that. They all get up and say I don't know about no text. It's the same one. To all the Candy Ass Cult members, pay attention. You cannot continue to say you don't know this text exists. Now you're lying and being disingenuous. That's selective amnesia, some bullshit, and it's not gonna work.
At the very bottom, it says, I'm sorry, I'm trying to enhance it so I can read it. This person says, she's coming here, and yes, absurd, they need to prepare. Excuse me, that's Candace saying that. And then this person says, geez, that's actually crazy. I'm so intrigued to hear how it goes. I got your back. Go Max. Candace says, I'm asking everything. First question, why did you murder your husband?
Right. So,
and I also,
that's
I mean, I will say that, of course, I'm not Candace Owens, nor am I her spokesperson.
Yeah, you are. You're parroting her dumb talking points. And then you're trying to put yourself in the perspective of a juror. No. Jurors are explicitly instructed to be impartial and neutral. Not take one side or the other. But DNA evidence doesn't lie, you dum-dum. And no, in a prelim hearing, you do not have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So when he can't get the basics down, don't get up there trying to debate and you can't even read basic information. That is ridiculous.
Person. I mean, it does sound like she is not joking, but she is talking to this person in a way that, is tearing your hair out like, what the hell is going on? This person lied to me. I think they might be involved.
Yeah,
which is, she's entitled to that.
It's not just this text, though. I mean, she's literally accused her of running a trafficking.
No, she literally said that she should be straight to jail. Based on what violation of law? What evidence to prove it? Candace, I really want you to say that out loud and be clear. Speak plain. That way you can keep giving Erica Kirk evidence. Because that's what she's doing at this point. Giving everybody evidence to sue her ass for defamation. That's why I don't want her to shut up. I want her to keep talking. These morons don't even realize when they're telling on themselves and they're giving us evidence. Just like Baron Coleman out here doxing people and stuff and laughing about it. And then when you tell them, don't do that, someone is going to get shot and killed. He's laughing about it because he has no respect for human life. And he does it anyway. So you're just showing malice intent. Thank you for doing all of this in videos. That way you're giving us evidence, you dumbass. So let them keep running their mouth and talking. Candace is trying to get Tyler Robinson off. She's actively doing that. How does that not sway the public to one side? She's not even trying to be neutral. She is actively helping the defense to get Tyler Robinson off. Because Lord knows he might just say something to say, when Candace came by and visited me and paid me this money, oops. Candace, you're an idiot.
King Ring in Romania. She's talked openly about her being she spent like a month on her podcast about Erica Kirk being at Fort Huachuca, and that was a military base. They were talking about conspiring with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Like, it's clear what she said, right? Can we agree on that? And this is why I find it.
I will cede to you that Candace Owens has been going hard in the paint for almost a year since one of her good friends was assassinated, in public.
But he doesn't think anything is wrong with defamation. These are the same morons that get mad when Candace gets sued. Candace don't pay your bills. She don't give a damn how you feel. They actually get mad when you say, I'm going to report her to the FBI or sue the shit out of her. They act as if they're the ones having to pay your court costs. They don't have to buy her merch to help her pay her attorney's fees. That's on them. They choose to give up their rent and mortgage money to do that. She's a multimillionaire. She is one of those global elites. And they're still not smart enough to figure that out. Never mind George Farmer's backing and his financial ties. These people are still dumb enough to give up their mortgage and rent money. Because Candace is lying to them saying, I don't have millions of dollars. You out your rabbit ass mind. She's a multi-millionaire with a home that's well over $6-7 million. That's the crazy thing about it. She'll buy a shirt for $2,000 and it looks like a curtain or an animal. And they still give up their mortgage money for her to pay her attorney's fees. Candace will not be returning the favor. She will not do the same for them. Case in point, Mitch Snow. Mitch Snow was dodging service because he knew he could not afford an attorney. He cannot afford this Brian Harper lawsuit. You think Candace is out here still helping him with legal fees and expenses? Hell no. She didn't even match his go send now, give send go thing dollar for dollar. He should have been able to pull out over $300,000. So the one person came on her show, lied like hell, and was named as a co-defendant in a lawsuit right next to her. She now acts like he doesn't even exist. Doesn't even mention him. So why in the hell would these stupid ass cult members think, yeah, no, I'm going to go to bat. She's going to go to bat for me if I get named in a lawsuit as well for parroting her talking points. Good luck to that.
And I think that the more she's gotten into this case, this story,
doesn't excuse her relying on Erica Carr,
and worked with her team and done, investigative journalism and talked to a lot of people and research, etc. It has raised more and more questions for her.
But
I'm not
has
here
it produced
to,
any answers? That's my question. I understand there's lots of questions.
What answers are we actually talking about? You know what I mean?
So,
because because if we lived in maybe a different timeline, right, where it didn't seem, and again, this is just me kind of shooting from the hip here, but the feeling I get, and I know this is not based on feelings, but, listen, we're all just kind of watching this and commentating on it. The feeling I get is that there is a narrative that the feds, the state of Utah, that whole apparatus really wants this narrative to be the thing. And anything that goes against it is met with high-level derision and character assassination, etc. So it goes both ways.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. Erica Kirk has never accused Candace Owens of being a part of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The devil is a liar. It does not go both ways. Brian Harper never accused Candace Owens of being a part of an assassination cover-up. Brian Harper never went out and said he saw Candace Owens somewhere on some military base with some high-profile meeting amongst some sergeants in the Army that plotted and planned to kill Charlie Kirk. Who's making these accusations against Candace Owens that she has made against Brian Harper and Erica Kirk? How does this go both ways? When have they ever made those allegations against her? They don't even want to have to say her damn name. What you mean? I could care less that she exists.
All I'm saying is that Candace Owens has raised a bunch of questions. I think she's done some fair reporting.
No.
And it's led to some really...
You can't even spell the word reporting. Let me tell you something. She has not raised questions. She has raised allegations, affirmative allegations, and tried to use Mitch Snow to validate her own allegations that she wanted to put out there. She's showing intent, Candace. We all know that this is what you wanted to be put out to the public. You wanted to blame Erica Kirk from day one. You just didn't know how to go about doing it. So you created this elaborate plan to conspire to defame Erica Kirk and Brian Harper through Mitch Snow. And because he's a fucking idiot, he's like, yeah, I'll come and do that. You start me a fundraiser. Not thinking for once all that money is going to be used on attorney's fees. And he looks like a coward and a punk ass dodging service. So now what? Oh, he's going to be so much debt when he's done.
Murky places. And I mean, that's all I can basically say about that.
Okay, so here's my problem with that, Craig. On one side, we've got the investigation against Tyler Robinson, which would be the prosecution. And on this side, we have the people for him or against the idea that he did it, like Candace Owens and Baron Coleman and all of those people. On the prosecution side, which I would align myself with, and the feds and all the people that you're talking about, I have no theories. Zero theories of my own. Never once on my podcast have I talked about thinking it was
but I mean,
here
or Tyler there, Robinson doing it is still a theory, right?
No, but
so you ascribe to that theory.
Yes, I do. That theory is only rooted in the evidence that the investigators have produced. That's it, okay? And so here's my question, because you said Candace Owens is asking a lot of questions, and I agree that asking questions is good. But on this side, I'm seeing the prosecution has asked many questions and provided many answers, and we can get into those if you want. On this side, I see Candace Owens has produced many questions, but zero answers whatsoever. She is not committed to a single theory she's produced. She has hundreds of them, and they all contradict each other. And so asking questions is great, but getting answers is much better.
I think I think you're kind of grouping some claims there. I mean, and like at the end of the day, that's
how they just throw out dumb accusations of something as you go along in this, these debates with them. They're just reactionary and responding to what you're saying, but then they don't actually provide any evidence. This is not a debate. This clown Craig is treating this like a therapy session. How? They don't expand on anything. They're not saying anything of value. You're not adding anything to this. We've heard these same argument talking points and all this blah, blah, blah in the past from 16 other Candace Cope members. Is there no one that's going to be original here?
The trials for, right? So the prosecution has, they've shown their hand, right? Like they've shown all of their evidence.
God.
If this goes to trial, which I hope and expect it to do, then we're going to see. And hopefully Tyler Robinson has a robust defense team that is going to do their best to take the prosecution to task.
The only thing they need to do is create enough reasonable doubt on the actual evidence. They don't need Candace to do that for them. They did not go to law school and become attorneys past the bar to have dum-dum who wants gam-gam that crash landed on our planet telling them how to litigate and present legal arguments and invoke reasonable doubt into a criminal case when that's all they do as criminal defense attorneys. They don't need her damn help. They have not needed it before now. These criminal defense attorneys have not ever needed Candace's help in any other criminal case to which they have represented the defendant. And they will not need her in the future. So why the hell would bar licensed attorneys need her help now? She who cannot say the word rhetoric or tell you the freezing point of water or the difference between thunder and lightning. They don't need her damn help. They don't even care that she's walking the earth. They want her to kick rocks. That's what they want. Because she's going to get all of them effed up. If they start parroting her BS, she will get them effed up. That judge is not going to have no kangaroo circus in his courtroom.
And, that's their job. And so, that's what our justice system is all about. That's what I want to see. But again, where I sit as a juror, if I were to have to go right now and cast my vote, I would not be able to convict Tyler Robinson based on what I've seen so far.
Oh, boy.
Okay, and again, we're in total agreement on that, and I find you to be one of the most reasonable people on this possible, the fact that you're willing to say all those things, because believe me, with all the people I've interacted with, they're unwilling to say that. So I appreciate that. But my fundamental problem is we've gotten some answers from the prosecution, okay? Is it enough to convict? By definition, it's not, right? Because it was a trial. and we don't even know if it will go to trial yet. So you're right. It's not enough to convict, and I'm not saying it is. And anyone who's saying, like,
if it doesn't go to trial, then definitely the prosecution didn't do their job, right?
Of course, but it will. Let's be honest, it will. But like, it hasn't. So I'm willing to say, 99% it will, but 1% maybe not. On this side, Candace Owens has not produced any inkling of anything else except for division and hate and defamation. And so that is my problem. We're just not seeing apples to apples between these two sides. Like, your problem with the prosecution is they haven't done enough yet. I can agree with you on that. Candace Owens is in the negative right now. Not only has she done nothing, listen, she's actually hurt people.
I can appreciate that perspective. I guess I've been, full disclosure, I've been watching Candace religiously since, those text messages were first leaked about Charlie Kirk showing some changes of heart, to put it mildly, about Israel, et cetera, et cetera. All I will say is that everything that I've seen from Candace Owens, and I think that I'm a pretty good judge of character, and I understand that, it's a business and she's making money. So is TPUSA on the back of Charlie Kirk's murder, unfortunately. Hold on, let me just finish. My point is that I do not feel with Candace Owens.
This is why you would never be a juror either. You keep leaning on Candace Owens. That is bias. It's so stupid. And they do this. What conservatives, I keep asking you all, because mama's apolitical. No one can force me to be political. I'm apolitical. When a conservative is going to kick Candace's ass out vehemently and overwhelmingly, like the message, get a billboard. Can we get a billboard that says Candace Owens is no longer in the conservative party? What will it take? I'm just curious to know. What will it take? Because I don't understand this. Y'all should not want to be claimed this woman, this alien. Y'all should not want to have to claim her ass no more. I mean, astoundingly, it needs the impact needs to go boomerang around the world a couple times. We kick this heifer out with a vengeance, Lady Luck. Don't worry. We've carved it on the side of a mountain. Kick her ass out. Oh, man, if y'all don't disown her, you better. I don't think she ever left either. Look, put it on the side of a mountain. We need billboards, okay? We need planes flying around like blimps. Candace Owens is no longer part of the right or conservative or Republican. She already said she's not a Trump supporter anymore, so whatever. We do not claim this moron. Dear liberals, Candace Owens is all yours. Here you go. She must be. She must be. She's certainly not a right. Or up or down or anything. Candace is an alien. She's an alien. Oh my God. You want her? Barclay, you're a lefty. You want her? You want her? You want Candace? You can have her. She's all. I think the people on the right, because I'm neutral. Okay. I think the people on the right would be happy to hand her back over to the left. She's all yours. And when you want them, we can drop off. Boy, you gotta laugh at these things. This is a mess. Jim, they will offer a plea deal. You know what? I'll say this. Because they had this preliminary hearing, oftentimes in these high-profile cases, you have the defense attorneys really trying to see what all prosecutors have to offer as far as the evidence, and if it's strong enough to get to the next step, which is a trial, then they'll do a plea hearing or, arraignment of some sort. I think that's kind of the goal with this. They'll enter a plea and then consider options regarding a plea deal. If the prosecutors are willing to offer a plea deal, because they don't have to. But if they decide to do it, it would only be to get death penalty off the table. Yeah, I think that's the only thing they will be going for. Like, what's the chances that, a jury will not, put him to death? Because right now, I can see a jury putting him to death. I can see that happen. So, yeah, what is it Gil said? Gil has a feeling they might try to make a deal to save his life. Yeah, exactly. That would be the only reason to even think about a plea deal. Because the defense attorneys know the evidence is just crazy. And yeah, we don't want him to be put to death. So that'd be the only way. And if the prosecutors know they have a blessed assurance in knowing that they have sufficient evidence that would prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defense attorneys cannot see a situation where they can invoke enough reasonable doubt to even hold up in a trial, they might start the trial and then realize, you know what, this ain't it. This ain't going. Nah, we need to speak with prosecutors, try to work out a plea deal or something, and then they'll do that. So that can be done even if they just start the actual trial itself. And correct me if I'm wrong, Gil. Even if they do proceed with going to trial, let's say it's day one of the murder trial, and then the defense decides to want to try to get a plea deal. If the prosecutors are willing to offer it, they could still offer them a plea deal, correct? No, they're not required to offer one. That's what I said. The prosecutors are not required to offer a plea deal. The defense attorneys could go to the prosecutors and ask for a plea deal. Say, hey, our client would like to make a plea deal. He's trying to avoid the death penalty. And they can say, no, we want to take this to court. We want to continue on with the trial. No one wants you dead, honey. Don't do that up in here. We no. Yes, and they can say no, we don't. We're not in the mood for a plea deal, and then they say we got to go to trial, and that's it. But yeah, we ready to drop Candace off. Let us know if you want them. So it's I just hope that if that's the case, the prosecutors make it known we're not offering a plea deal in case they even think about asking. Then that way we can just kind of know what they're gonna do. Right now, I haven't seen anything where the prosecutors have said we're not willing to make a plea deal. So there's a chance that they might be willing to entertain it. But I certainly want Erica Kirk to file her lawsuit against Candace Owens. That's what needs to happen. And I hope she's not waiting until this ends to do that. Like, oh my God. Because Candace is not going to stop. She's going to try to get cameras kicked out this courtroom. Because she wants to control the narrative.
That it is coming from a malicious place that is meant to cause harm, to the effect that I feel like she is trying to get to the bottom of her friend's murder. I do feel that is, I give her that benefit of the doubt based on everything that I've seen. Now, do I agree with every avenue she goes down? Do I agree with all of the things she says? Of course not. But I'm also not her. She is incredibly close to this story, this tragedy. I mean, talk about close to. I mean, it's insane how close she is to this, and I can only imagine what the minefield that is. But there are also other people that are farther removed from the specifics or the people itself that have also offered up some very compelling questions that need some serious investigation and answering. And that's what I'm here for.
Yeah, they may be compelling questions, but there have been no compelling answers. And that's all I'm asking for at this point from them.
Yeah.
I just want some sort of answer. Part of my problem,
I think we all do. Yeah.
Okay. We'll see if we ever see them. I mean, we've been waiting for 10
yeah.
minutes.
Let me put it around to you.
Okay.
If there was, let's say on Candace's show in a week, she released some footage that basically showed that something with the official narrative is completely wrong. Would you be able to say, hold on a second, we've got a problem here? Or does that not seem like a bridge you would want to cross?
Yeah, of course I would.
Okay.
And I would.
She can't say that because she doesn't have evidence to prove that. Her just saying that means nothing. Nothing at all. Zero evidence produced by the alien. Still zero. No evidence produced by the alien. She can't say none of that shit. What does he expect her to do again? Because she's not an attorney. That heifer cannot tell you what DNA stands for. What are we talking about?
I just want to make sure that it was verifiable and that it could be actually admitted into court. Part of my problem with all of this is a lot of the questions, we could talk about crazy conspiracy theories all day, but the actual questions asked about the preliminary hearing and the evidence presented by prosecutors there is that like the defense didn't even ask for those things, And so people are like asking all these questions like, oh, but is that real? It's like, well, the defense verified it was real. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been admitted in evidence or they would have cross-examined it. And so that's part of my problem with that. But of course, I mean, we should be intellectually honest with this. I hate to pull this card, but it's like there's way more money, I'm sorry, in conspiracy theories than just trying to stick with what the feds want. Like, don't you think that anyone would have a larger audience if they railed against the feds than for what federal investigators are saying?
Well, I mean, I see your point, but at the same time, right now we're dealing with conspiracy theories writ large because the prosecution's case, by definition, is a conspiracy theory, right? Because it's a theory and it was conspiracy to commit murder, right? So we're dealing with conspiracy theories, whether we like it or not. I feel like the world
is a conspiracy theory because it's theories and it's conspiracies. You just saying words.
Railed against the feds than for what federal investigators are saying.
Oh, listen to this.
Well, I mean, I see your point, but at the same time, right now we're dealing with conspiracy theories writ large because the prosecution's case, by definition, is a conspiracy theory, right? Because it's a theory.
No. Conspiracy theories lack evidence. They lack documentation. It lacks facts. It is a theory. It is a hypothesis. It is a guess. See, this is what happens when you don't understand definitions of terms. By definition of conspiracy itself or even theory, you're guessing. Evidence removes the guessing factor out of it. All he has to do is go on dictionary.com and look up the definition of the word theory. That is not how words work. It's not a theory. What started as a question begins to get answered with the finding of evidence. That's why they have investigators. See, when you don't know how court works or the law works or definitions of terms or the freezing point of water or simple mathematics or how to pronounce the word rhetoric, you can't sit here and get up here on a debate. Because I's going to watch this and I's going to obliterate it. This cannot be me. Because if we can't have an understanding of definitions of terms, you're going to say dumb shit like this. Conspiracy theory, right? Because it's a theory and conspiracy.
Theory, and it was conspiracy
because it's a theory and it was a conspiracy. You're taking conspiracy theory and flipping it around. Then the prosecutors presented is a conspiracy theory, right? Because it's a theory and it was conspiracy. Y'all heard that?
Would you be able to say, hold on a second, we've got a problem here? Or does that not seem like a bridge you would want to cross?
Yeah, of course. Of course I would.
Okay.
And I would just want to make sure that it was verifiable and then it could be actually admitted into court. Part of my problem with all of this is a lot of the questions, we could talk about crazy conspiracy theories all day, but the actual questions asked about the preliminary hearing and the evidence presented by prosecutors there is that like the defense didn't even ask for those things.
Yep.
And so people are like asking all these questions like, oh, but is that real? It's like, well, the defense verified it was real. Otherwise it wouldn't have been admitted in evidence or they would have cross-examined it. And so that's part of my problem with that. But of course, no, I mean, we should be intellectually honest with this. I hate to pull this card, but it's like, there's way more money, I'm sorry, in conspiracy theories than just trying to stick with what the feds want. Like,
and it's not even the feds, it is the prosecutor in the state of Utah. F6, because we're gonna give these people credit that they deserve. They worked hard to gather evidence to put a case together, present it to the court. So we're gonna give kudos to the prosecutors and investigators in the state of Utah in that district where the crime occurred. They put this case together. They are constantly under threat of danger. They're getting death threats. The entire police department, the investigators are getting death threats. Give them the credit they deserve. Let the church say amen. Because Candace doesn't want to even acknowledge them. She keeps talking about the FBI, but then claims that she's scared to go to a memorial service because you can't go after the FBI and then go to this memorial service. No, you knew that you and Charlie Kirk were not cool like that. You weren't friends leading up to his death. He couldn't stand your dumb ass. You were just the intern. Candace, you were just the intern. And you got big mad because you didn't get invited to his private funeral service. They don't owe you that. How about they owe you nothing? Candace thinks she controls the internet and the world. Girl, bye, Felicia. Get your demonic ass off of our planet.
Don't you think that anyone would have a larger audience if they railed against the feds than for what federal investigators are saying?
Well, I mean, I see your point, but at the same time, right now, we're dealing with conspiracy theories writ large because the prosecution's case, by definition, is a conspiracy theory, right? Because it's a theory and it was conspiracy to commit murder, right? So.
Because it's a theory and it's a conspiracy to commit murder, right? He's not being charged with conspiracy. He's being charged with murder. Once again, Candace don't read charging documents.
We're dealing with conspiracy theories, whether we like it or not. I feel like the word conspiracy theory becomes kind of an ad hominem attack. Conspiracy theorist becomes an ad hominem attack.
Again, the prosecution has come up with one theory. Candace Owens has come up with like 200. That's my fundamental problem.
I think only because
he didn't come up with one theory. Listen, no. Prosecutors didn't come up with one theory. The prosecutors bring forth the charge to the court. So Craig doesn't even know how the prosecutors work or what they do and their role in this. They don't theorize anything. What the hell is wrong with this clown? The prosecutors do not create any theory. Their job is to bring forth the charge to the court. They receive the charging documents, probable cause affidavit, police report, and all those things. All the evidence. And then they decide, okay, here's how we have to put this case together and present the charges to the court. They don't theorize. They don't investigate. They litigate. Prosecutors are attorneys. They work for the DA office or the AG. They bring forth the charges to the court on behalf of the people, state, of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. State of Utah is represented by the prosecutors. They're attorneys. They don't theorize. Where the hell is he getting this from? Oh, Josh, I hope you're watching, honey. You got to remind people of the role that they play so they can stop putting out this fallacy. They're not theorizing. That's not their job. That is not what prosecutors do. They don't have to theorize anything. If they have any questions about the evidence, then they'll go back to the investigators. They'll go back to them and say, listen, in order for us to bring forth this charge, it has to meet these requirements, right? And we've gone over this before here in the Lady Luck Club because we read here. In the LLC, we read here. So you guys have seen many a times where I pull up a charge and then it'll say, in order for the charge to be applicable, these requirements must be met. That is what the prosecutors are doing. So when they're saying, okay, I want to charge him with murder, but these requirements have to be met. We need evidence to support these requirements to meet the requirements for that charge of murder. Does that make sense? Hit the 4. I know I pulled it up a few times, but let's say the actual motive does not have to be proven. That's not a requirement to prove that someone murdered someone. You don't have to prove the motive. You just have to prove the act occurred. How do you prove the act occurred? You got to put the person there, or you have to provide evidence to show that this person carried it out by some means. Let's say they flew a drone over and it had something on it and they can just pew it and then that's it. You have to be able to provide the evidence that would prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this person facilitated the murder itself, the act itself. Now, let's say there's a charge that requires you to prove, like defamation, and you're talking about a public figure. You have to prove malice intent. So now you have to have evidence to support the malice intent requirement. Does that make sense? Hit the 4. In these criminal matters, prosecutors do not theorize. If they do that, they're not doing their jobs. And that case will be dead on arrival if they just went in with a theory or a conspiracy. That is not the role they play. Their job does not allow them or allot them to ever become conspiracy theorists. When they come to court, they have to have evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they feel the case is not strong enough, they will not bring the charges, or they will reduce the charges, or they will bring forth charges where they do have sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Have we seen prosecutors blunder a case? Yes. But not because they were conspiracy theorists. It was because certain requirements of these charges were not met. There's a big difference in this. This is why you can't debate with them. Because this elements like that they don't know or understand, and they won't read and Google and research. So they say things out the side of the neck like prosecutors bring forth conspiracy theories. No, they're not. That's not the role they play. They don't even have the ability to do something like that. You can say the investigators are probably asking questions about how to solve a crime. And perhaps they will theorize based on a set of relative facts that they already have. Well, for whatever questions they answer, they have to be able to answer them through their investigation by gathering evidence. Does that make sense? Hit the 4. You can't bring no damn conspiracy theory to a criminal court. This is what they believe. Girl, Edith. Oh, whole truth. Please correct me if I'm wrong in anything I've said so far, Gil. Now, shout out to Gil. You got a criminal defense attorney in the chat. If I missed the mark on anything I've said about that, please let me know. No reply says, I know pretty much every one of us are already subscribed to the amazing Edie, aka CLBB7K. But if you are not sub, go do it now. She is responsible for so many laughs in the LLC. Absolutely. Edie girl, let me know when you want me to have another anger management session again. I'm just so here for it. Oh man. Oh, Edie, we love you, honey. Shout out to you. Make sure you guys go support Edie Marie, aka Candyland Biker Babe 7000. He said, "How dare you, Lady Luck, talk about my chocolate flower?" Oh man. This is too funny, man. It's too funny. They up here. Oh, we love you, girl. Absolutely. Soon. Yay. I need my curtain rod back. Yeah. Oh, Edie, you got new characters. Oh, we love the second character. Oh, we love it. We love it. We love it. We're going to watch it again at the end. Because after this, yeah, we're definitely going to need a palate cleanser. We got to laugh on this. So shout out to Gil, the whole truth up in here, and Edie Marie. Do we have Gil's YouTube channel link? Rhonda. Ooh, child. I love it. As soon as I see the whole truth YouTube channel link, I will post it up. Make sure you guys go and support. Oh, I got supers. You know what? Let me get this. Oh my God. Thank you all so much for the support here. Tracy with $50 super chat. Here's some help towards school clothes. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. What a blessing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Shout out to you, Mindy, for gifting the 5 LLC memberships. Thank you so much. If you guys received the membership, please make sure you give a hearty shout out and a huge thank you to Mindy, as well as Edie Marie gifting 10 LLC memberships. Thank you so much. Oh, man. If you all got these memberships, make sure you thank Mindy, our fantastic mod up here in the LLC, and Edie Marie, aka Candyland Biker Babe 7000. Show them your love and thank them. Please do so. And here is the link to the Gifts and Go. Why I can never pronounce that right, I don't know. But many of you all said, "Hey, Lady Luck, you should go ahead and create that Gifts and Go." And I did. I hate asking for money. I really do. I hate asking for help. But losing employment, I'm so tired of going through that nonsense. And this is what I put out was just a goal. I don't know what will be feasible or reasonable. But at any time people want receipts, oh yes, I can give you that. You want proof that you're paid, the rent's paid? Yep. I will produce it. It's that simple. The rent is due by the 5th. So when I say emergency, my employer, it's so funny. The lady the director that released my employment, that discharged me, had a random HR person sign off on it. But the HR director did not even know that I had been terminated. The HR director sent an email to me. They denied my ADA accommodation request, something that they had approved twice. So they last for a year, right? When I first started working there, I got the documents from my employer, gave it to them. They approved it for a year. And then you go after that first year, you got to go for a renewal. They approved it, but then they added more days for me to come in the office, which was counterintuitive to what my physician recommended. But they still approved it. So here we go. This was the third renewal, or the second renewal. And they denied it this time for the same request with the same medical conditions and everything else in between. prescription medications prove to them that each diagnosis has a prescription medication to go with it, life-saving medication. And they completely denied it. And then he told me, so you have to report to work on Monday and come in office 4 days a week. He had no idea I had been terminated. He didn't even see it in the system. That goes to show how shiesty that whole thing was. So when I say devil is busy, he is. And having to start over again at this point, I'm like, good grief. The only thing that I hate about it is because I have 2 kids and I feel like I'm failing them. But it's hard to tell your kids, well, this is all what's happening in the background, though. The HR director had no idea that I had been terminated at all. Didn't see anything indicating that. And when I brought it to his attention, he was like, oh, I was not aware of that. I didn't know. No one said anything to me. Oh, man. So y'all see the dilemma? It's just crazy. It's crazy. So that is the thing. What's it? Go send down, something like that. If you guys send it out, even if it's just a prayer request, that means a lot. Hitting the like button, hyping the videos up, more views on it can go a long way, and it's free to do because it is hard for me to ask for help and money and all that stuff. But I asked you all, how would I feel about it? Because at the end of the day, I don't want to get put out. I don't want to get evicted. So that's kind of where it is. And when you're a parent, you gotta just a single parent that they got their father, but he's certainly not going to help me. Yeah, it comes down to that. It's just making sure I have the basics at this point for my kids. And pray that's enough. Just that God help me get another job, get something in, interim until this starts to pick up, because I am taking strides to be able to work for myself fully. And I know the merch is going to help. So once I get the designs of the shirts out, I'll put out a screenshot so y'all can see it. We're starting with the Mala logo, and then we'll get to the personal slogans and all of that. After we see how well the merch does with the Mala time, Mala logo, and Mala time. So those are 2 things I want to start over. And shout out to Nikki B for that logo. That's a blessing. I might have to copyright it. Unless you haven't copyrighted, Nikki B, might have to get that copyrighted because I don't know nobody to take it. Because Candace already steals my ideas. Candace big mad. Who else says big mad? You can't make this stuff. But Candace, you owe me $10,000. Period. Pay like $10,000. Pay like 3 months of rent. But I appreciate the help. I appreciate the support financially. Thank you all so much. I have no idea how much it means to me. I appreciate it so much. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. 1,000,000 times over. Thank you, Coach Kimberly, for the 199. Super. Love your joy, Lady Luck. And I hope that I'm able to put a smile on you all face and have y'all laughing. Because you gotta laugh to keep from having a migraine. And just give everybody a headache. Well, all the leftists in here, you guys sure you don't want Candace? We can drop her off. We'll help her pack. Where y'all want us to take her to? Bring her to Miami, Lady Luck. Deal. Get out. Oh, okay. I'll move on. Thank you, Edie. Oh my God. Thank you for the $50 super. God will provide. Yes, he will. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are amazing. I'm about to cry. I'm trying my best not to cry, Lord. Pray for me and my kids. My kids the most. They go to school Monday. Keep them in your prayers. Pray for all our kids. Make sure they are safe, covered, and protected by the blood of Jesus. Because people are crazy. When we hung out with Lisa Knowles yesterday, we had a good time for a little over 2 hours. And she spoke about how her children have been put out there, her, husband. Yeah, school's starting back. We don't know how this doxing stuff affects these kids. We have to be soulless to put out somebody's children, names and information and all this other stuff, her address. Her kids are there. You have to be a soulless prick from hell to do something like that and not think about the safety and well being of the kids. And if something happened to them, where's Baron Coleman going to be at? Because he's going to literally pretend like he had no idea Earth was rotating around the sun, let alone having a role in doxing someone. Same thing with Jen, the producer. So now we have to pray and make sure God keeps these people covered and protected, that no hurt, harm, or danger comes their way. Because you got demons out here working overtime, doxing people, putting people's livelihood in danger. That is the epitome of evil. It's not warranted for any person that considers themselves to be a true independent journalist to have to dox someone. All this I knew Candace's address. I ain't put out her address for what? It's so crazy. So people can be evil, and we gotta pray that God keeps people covered and protected, because no one wants anything to happen to them. No one. I wouldn't advocate for Baron Coleman to be doxxed. I don't care where he lives. I don't care that he's roaming the earth. But he's doing all these dumb things that he's doing, and he's doing it intentionally and knowingly. And he doesn't care that it's going to lead to somebody being hurt and harmed. Yeah. I will provide, he will. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You have a big golden heart, sis LL. God will provide. Amen. Yep. He has not failed me yet. And I just ask that God continue to show up in a mighty way for my children first and foremost, and then, for myself, because my kids are why I do this. They're why I do this. So I just thank you all so much. Thank you all for the support. Please share the Sing Gifts and Go. Oh, God, why do I keep butchering it? The Gifts and Go. Please share it if you can on X, Instagram, wherever else. I know I posted it on X and pinned it to my profile on X. I also have it on the embedded on the description of the channel. So if I can get halfway through the goal, that would be awesome. That will take care of rent. That's the biggest thing. And then utilities and food and stuff, and school supplies and stuff for the kids. That's Thankfully, my oldest son is in his last year. He graduates next year, and thank God. So I just want to thank all of you so much for the support. Thank you all so much. I just had to get that out. Thank you, Nita girl, for the $5 super. Hi, Lady Luck. I loved your Charlie rejecting Candace background from last night. Can you send me that pic? Yes, I love your laugh. Absolutely. Email me at ladyluckclubllc@yahoo.com, and I sure will. And I'll put up there on X. If you're on X, I'll put it up. And you can check it out from my profile as well. I'll post it right now. Candace, you were just the intern, you moron. Oh, man. You got to know when Charlie Kirk probably looked at her. He was like, he started heaving. Like, oh, it's that yeast infection. He would keep trying to tell her he couldn't stand her ass. I'm trying to say, ew, yucky. Ew. When I say I'm gonna do them in real time. Look, I'm trying to say, ew. Candace was just the intern. Just the intern. You email it to me. I'm gonna send it to you via email as well. The candy asses hate my guts or whatever. I'm on everybody's list, I guess. That doesn't work. God knows how to amplify a message. Won't he do it? These dumb demons doing that nonsense. They make this up. All right, y'all, let's get back to this. There you go, Nita girl. Thank you so much for that $5 super. I appreciate it. I truly, truly appreciate it. Get the floor if you can hear, because sometimes this happens when I toggle between the screens.
She finds the prosecution story insufficient, so it's always going to be a series of, well, could it be this? Could it be this? Could it be this? Could it be this? Right? That's what investigations
I hear that.
do, right?
And I hear that, but it's like out of 100, you think she would find one that was like, oh yeah, that's the one. I'm going to dig into that, and I'm going to get some answers. But we're still waiting. Like, it's been 10 months.
Well, I mean, so far, Candace Owens has provided the clearest image of Tyler Robinson based on her investigation, and that's him at a Dairy Queen.
Oh, yeah. Right? Thank you.
Okay, but yeah, and these are cool ancillary details that the prosecution also could have brought up into trial, but it doesn't actually help anyone.
But they didn't.
That's why it doesn't. Because it doesn't do anything. It's for a podcast to look cool, but it doesn't actually get us closer to who killed Charlie.
I don't agree with that position. I'll never agree with the reason Candace is doing this is just for clicks and to look cool. I don't accept that.
We don't care.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that. You guys, sorry, speaking to the audience for a second. If you want to leave a super chat, it does help support me. And also you can ask Craig any question right now. I want to be fair to Craig. I'm sure there's people who have questions for him. And maybe you have a question for me as well. Either way is fine. Craig, is that okay if we go through some super chats?
Yeah, man, totally. I think we've kind of exhausted it a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say one more thing. I don't want to filibuster you or anything. You said that Candace was incredibly close to this. I just wanted to say, as someone who lives in Orem, Utah, who lives close to where the assassination happened, I know people personally who have been defamed by Candace. She's made accusations about them that were completely false, and they even tried to reach out to her in order to dispel them. And she was unwilling to say anything. She was unwilling to correct herself.
Can you give me an example? Can you give me a specific?
What?
I can, yeah. I did a series about this back in March, and if you followed Candace closely, you'll recognize this. But Shaner and Robbie, I don't know if you recognize those names.
Are they part of the people that paved over the scene, or no?
No, it's okay. I don't expect everyone to know, so I'm not trying to like quiz you or anything. But Robbie and Shaner were UVU students. I think actually Robbie is a BYU student, but they were at the event at the time. And Candace basically went on this whole thing saying they were foreign agents, and that basically she had tried to contact them. They had never contacted her back. I have proof. They've literally shown me their phones of them trying to reach out to her and explain, no. And there were Candace Owens fans at their house threatening them. They had to go move somewhere for a month. They've showed me their birth certificates just to prove to me that they're American, even though obviously they're American. They're like the most American people ever. She lied about them being part of like some goth cult and got a picture of them at a costume party that's very popular here in Utah that everyone knows about. Like, these are just very, they're real people. And so,
out of curiosity, were they wearing maroon shirts on the day? Because that'd be kind of funny.
I actually don't think.
No, it's not funny. That's the damn problem. He's not showing any remorse on that. No empathy towards that. Didn't you just hear Josh say that they had to go and move because people were looking for them? Didn't he hear him say that? Because I did. I heard Josh say that, and he said that over here in the Lady Luck Club. We had Josh Carr over here. He's been here once. I sure want him to come back. But he told us this when he was over here in the LLC. These people have to move out the neighborhood and go somewhere like for 2 or 3 months, displaced. And then almost hide out because people were looking for them. And he talking about maroon shirts because that would be funny. What the hell is funny about this? What the hell is so funny about people having to uproot their lives, move out of their homes, and to go to someone else's house, be uncomfortable for 2 or 3 whole months, and can barely go outside? What the hell is so funny about that? I'm feeling dumb demons.
Them, they had to go move somewhere for a month. They've showed me their birth certificates just to prove to me that they're American, even though obviously they're American. They're like the most American people ever. She lied about them being part of like some goth cult and got a picture of them at a costume party that's very popular here in Utah that everyone knows about. Like, these are just very, they're real people. And so,
out of curiosity, were they wearing maroon shirts on the day? Because that'd be kind of funny.
I actually don't think they were. I think a lot of people were, but I don't actually think they were. Maybe one of them was. I don't think so. But
I mean, I would say that like anybody that gets defamed, there are avenues of recourse there, and I would encourage anybody that feels like they've been slandered and maligned and unfairly accused of things, like take it up with the authorities, right?
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you, Craig. I think that's the middle ground here, is that you believe in the judicial system. Many don't, and I appreciate that. So with that, let's get into the.
They should sue the hell out of Candace Owens into oblivion. This helper made me have to come to court, Your Honor. And I was displaced for a whole month, living with other people, having to spend extra money, couldn't live in peace and harmony in my own home. Had these morons coming out here to try to find me because I was on the campus. Like somehow she thinks she owns UVU. The audacity. Now I want to recover all the money I spent. Here are all my receipts. I still had to pay rent or mortgage to my house I couldn't even live in. The hell you mean? No, I'm suing your ass into oblivion. Candace, you would owe me well more than $10,000, girl. No, The emotional distress alone, that would be a federal lawsuit. Your damages need to be minimum $75,000 in order to even land and qualify as a federal complaint. It would be more than that. Candace will have to pay me some millions. What you mean? You put my life in danger. I'm suing the shit out of you. Every time Candace looks at the toilet, she's going to have to write me a check. Girl, bye. I can't believe this. He's so cavalier about it. Well, they should go to the authorities, right? Oh, no, they should do a lot more than that. They should report her to the FBI and they should sue her in a federal lawsuit, like Brian Harper is doing. You can't make this stuff up. This is why you cannot let her do this with impunity. You cannot let her operate without consequence, because she is not going to stop until she realizes I'm losing money. They're hitting me in the pockets. The FBI is investigating me. Good grief. Yep. Keep her ass inundated with court dates. You won't be able to stall with me. Me and my attorney be like, hell no, we not waiting. No. She want to keep rescheduling court for what? On her dumb motion? Nope. Don't give a damn. Her attorneys are quitting. Whatever. That's on her. Let's get through this. We're not going to let her stall this entire case. She runs nothing. She know who she can and can't mess with. You think she going to come at Kanye West like this? He would obliterate her with 5 words. This dude just sat there. He was just so nonchalant about it. Like, oh, somehow she's justified if they were wearing a maroon shirt. What you mean? The stupidity of it all.
Super chats. We have JD. Thank you so much, JD. Craig needs to see the 4K video.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Thank you, Whole Truth, for the $5 $4.99 super. Get me some auto accident clients, and I will pay a referral fee or DUI defendants in California. Anybody been in a car accident? I will refer you right now to Gil. Anybody? Do you look like workers' comp, personal injury, all of that? Whole Truth, Gil. Can you just outline all that you would cover? Because I want to know what all you will represent. Because I take that referral fee in a minute. But he will pay a referral fee for auto accident clients. So is it MVAs only or what? You do all the personal injury? Let me know. Because we need to know. Dennis Sperling is another attorney that does personal injury and will pay a referral fee. And I put the post up. Dennis Sperling has been over here in the LLC, talked about the Carmelo case. Going to reach out to him to have him back again to speak on the Nolan Wells case. I enjoy his insight. I love when attorneys can look at things from both sides of the aisle and be neutral and impartial. So it kind of gives you some understanding of what the logic and the thinking, the mindset might be between the petitioner and the defendant. Okay, so he does personal injury and work comp and criminal defense. There you go. Personal injury and workers' comp, auto accidents, slip and fall, and you hurt yourself at Target. Yep. Please call Gil and tell him Lady Luck Club sent me. There you go. There you go. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $4.99 super as well. Tyler was not wearing a maroon shirt when he took the shot. So what's the deal? I keep asking that same question. I don't know. I just think this guy he's talking to, Craig person, is completely disingenuous to sit here and to say, well, was he wearing a maroon shirt? Because I just think that would be funny. No, you're trying to downplay the seriousness of the situation. None of this is a joking matter. So I told my friends to sue the hell out of her. The end. And all of you can kick rocks. Like all the candy ass cult members can kick rocks. We don't give a damn about you all not wanting her to go to court. We don't care. Stop paying her attorney's fees. Keep your money in your pocket. At the very least, she's a multi-millionaire. So if she's getting hit with these lawsuits, it's because she got the money to pay them. She got to pay these attorneys up front. She can't wait until her merch sales come through. She actually had to pay them when she hires them. Candace not broke. She's just a liar. It's so crazy.
Video to accept Tyler Robinson killed Charlie. DNA and confession isn't enough for him. Brian was convicted on DNA and confession. Should Kohlberger go free?
Lisa.
Craig, what do you, we didn't really get into that, but what do you think about that?
Sorry, who's Brian? What is the reference to?
They were just referencing that someone was convicted on DNA and confession alone. They didn't need 4K footage. But why don't you address just, the DNA and confession that we have from Tyler? Is that not compelling evidence to you? Again, not 100%, but 80%.
Yeah. Well, I would say that, for both of those, the DNA evidence, I have not seen enough of that to be sort of a slam dunk. I mean, I think it's, when you saw the testimony of the experts on the stand, of course, they weren't cross-examined. It was, I think, a bit iffy. It wasn't 100%. And I think a lot of it still has there's a lot of holes there when it comes to DNA evidence. Like if you talk about the screwdriver and there's so many.
There's no holes in DNA. DNA come out of your body and it's unique to you. That's it. That's one of the most pivotal pieces of evidence that you can have in a criminal matter like this. That's DNA. His confession it's like the cherry on top. And you'd be amazed how many criminals are actually have confessed during interrogation, but then will still enter a not guilty plea. The fact they haven't even had a plea hearing yet speaks volumes. They really wanted to see what the prosecutors had first. This is crazy.
Details that are just like very strange. Like, why did the guy's camera go off? And,
that means nothing against DNA evidence. What are you saying? See, these people don't even look up DNA evidence. They don't look at how powerful DNA evidence truly is. He's sitting here talking about a camera and how strange it is for him to wear a hat. Like, what the hell you mean? The significance of DNA would trump out anything you think is weird about a hat or a camera.
Where was the DNA actually found, and how did they match that?
On the roof. Because he doesn't know what DNA is.
That exactly. And then the rifle was found over here. Do we have it? So there's just so many questions.
DNA was on the rifle too. What the fuck is wrong with him?
There. So the DNA thing, I would like to see more analysis of that in order for me to.
You would not know what you're looking at. Clearly. because you don't know what you're talking about. He can't give you the actual full name of DNA. He doesn't know what that acronym even means. You would not know what you're looking at unless you're a doctor or, some sort of lab tech. You would not know what you're looking at. If you got the DNA analysis, you would not know what the hell you're looking at. Good grief.
So again, I'm just putting myself in the juror's perspective. And then
nope. You're taking a side. We don't want the jurors to do that. We want them neutral.
The other slice, when it comes to the confession stuff, I would say we haven't seen a full forensic audit on the
What forensic audit are you going to do on the confession with the text? It came out of his phone. They can prove it came out of his phone that is registered to him under his contact details, under his name. They can ask him for a phone bill. Prove that he's paying the bill on that particular device. Devices have like either a serial number, some sort of device number, manufacturing number, and then you have an IP address with internet connections. So your internet connection onto your phone carries an IP address with it. And if all of that is registered to you under your information, your name, phone number, address, hell, even with cell phones, you got to give, social and date of birth. All of that is connected to your information, to your data. So what do you mean? Who needs to be a forensic specialist to get that? They already got his phone completely copied.
Text messages, the Discord messages, there's been a lot of sort of, I would say, inconsistencies with the way that information was rolled out by the authorities.
No, it wasn't.
Which was first? Was it the Discord, and then the text messages, and then there was the note, and then it was burned, but then Lance was asleep, but then he was... So there's a lot of questions there. And again, a good defense would be able to...
That's not a question. It's just you throwing doubt on something that you don't understand. God.
Pretty effectively, I think, dismantle a lot of that or raise, suspicion of reasonable doubt. Yeah.
That's my question for you. In the preliminary hearing, why didn't they cross-examine any of the people on that?
Again, that's not the job of the defense. In fact, a good defense, and I'm not saying Tyler Robinson has a good defense. I have not seen proof of that yet. But if I'm
what is that?
I would say inconsistencies with the way that information was rolled out by the authorities.
It wasn't inconsistent. You just weren't entitled to everything. You're still not.
Authorities, which was first? Was it the Discord, and then the text messages, and then there was the note, and then it was burned?
No, your cult leader thought that the actual messages were Discord messages. They were text. She got that wrong. She was debunked by a reporter from CNN. The interview she did 10 days after Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. While she lied about Erica Kirk out here doing media press tours, and it's right after his death. Candace did the same thing. I have the whole video on my channel with no commentary of the interview that Candace did with Elle from CNN, where she admitted she hadn't even read the probable cause affidavit or the charging documents. She kept claiming it to be Discord messages. Elle told her, no, they were text messages. Correct me if I'm wrong. And Candace had not even read the actual charging documents. She said, I hadn't even read it. Because she doesn't take this seriously. She doesn't care. Candy-ass cult members are stupid.
But then Lance was asleep, but then he was... So there's a lot of questions there. And again, a good defense would be able to pretty effectively, I think, dismantle a lot of that or raise, suspicion of reasonable doubt. Yeah.
That's my question for you. In the preliminary hearing, why didn't they cross-examine any of the people on that?
Again, that's not the job of the defense. In fact, a good...
The defense would cross-examine. What do you mean that's not the job of the defense? He doesn't know how court works. What are we doing? I know. Oh my God, Gil, did you hear that? He said that's not the job of the defense to cross-examine. Tyler Robinson's defense is actually good. That's why they're ignoring Candy. Exactly. Did y'all hear that? He said that's not the job. Again, that's not the job of the defense. Right after Joshua Carr says, why didn't the defense cross-examine him? That's not the job of the defense? Yes, it is. They will cross-examine if they feel that this is a moment, a piece of evidence, or whatever's going on that we can poke holes in. They will not cross-examine if there are no relevant questions to ask about it. Otherwise, you'll be repeating yourself. That'll get objected to. The objection, Your Honor, this is a repeat. He's just repeating himself. This is ask and answer. Like, you can't make this stuff up. It's all just doing stupid
defense. And I'm not saying Tyler Robinson has a good defense. I have not seen proof of that yet. But if I'm a defense attorney, I would not be showing any of my hands if I don't feel like it serves me at that moment. And in a preliminary hearing, it's the prosecution show, right? And so then when it goes to trial, that's when I can cross-examine, bring in expert witnesses that can refute. So I would say in a trial setting, what I've seen presented by the prosecution is pretty thin, and a good defense team would have a field day with it.
Yeah, they certainly went hard cross-examining when they wanted to, but in other areas they just completely steered clear. So that's a tough thing for me to buy, but let's move on to the next one.
I didn't see them going hard. I saw them asking some questions that revealed some information that was withheld.
They were able to provide objections to evidence being admitted during the prelim. That is what that is for. And they will object again during the actual trial. He doesn't even understand how court works. Craig, you're an idiot. Don't get up and try to debate if you don't even have an understanding of how court works. You're trying to say what the defense job is. They actually can do cross exams. What is the deal? Oh my God, he's so stupid. This is why, listen, I'm telling y'all right now. Y'all see how I'm reacting to this? I would not bite my tongue at all if I did something similar to this. I don't even think it would last long. Because the Candy Ass Cult members would not want to come up. They would only want to come up to just be argumentative. But I'm not argumentative. I'm factual. My opinions are based on something. Candace is crazy. Not because I said so, but because George Farmer said it. You see, there's the difference. I can have my own opinion about her. But for the things that I say about Candace, it's because it came out of her mouth or it came out of George's mouth. Or it came out of someone that's close to her, her family member. Does it make sense? I'm not just saying Candace is an alien because I want to say she's an alien. Candace said she's an alien. And I said, okay, we'll go with that. George Farmer said, God help me with the crazy woman that I'm married to. He said those words. So now we can all call Candace crazy. Because George Farmer thinks she's crazy. Why would I need to make stuff up when either she's saying dumb things or George Farmer, her faking gay lavender husband, is saying dumb things about her. All on their own accord. So I'm like, okay, cool. We'll go with that. She's crazy. Oh, he said he feels like he's married to multiple women because she has so many personalities. He has no idea what he's going to get day by day. So to say Candace has multiple personality disorder would not be far-fetched. George Farmer said it first, and he married her. I'm sure he was thinking the whole time about Andrew Tate without a shirt on, but whatever. He chose to marry her. And I said, okay, cool. We'll go with that. She's crazy. And she has multiple personalities. Y'all see there's a difference. My opinion is formulated based on what she claims or what her lavender gay faking gay husband says. Bottom line. Why do they need to go all off the Richter scale with this nonsense? Even my opinion of her is based on factual statements that she has made or that George has made.
Held by investigators, which was worrying on the part of investigators not providing all information, transparently. Things like the Ring camera and, actually it was 3 people in the car. And all of these things like, well, why didn't you just say that? Like, so there's weird stuff going on.
Nah,
all right. Next super chat, SC Dog fan. How can these people possibly believe Candace is doing investigative journalism when she's never went to the assassination site? She still believes Spider-Man scaled the building. Yeah, I think that's a good question for you. I mean, I know it's super easy for me. I get it. I live in Orem. I know that's easy, but it's like, I would consider myself one of the people most passionate on the against Candace Owens side, probably on the internet. Okay. And I would consider Candace Owens maybe the most passionate person against TPUSA and all, she's for all these conspiracy theories, I would call them, but you can call them alternate theories perhaps. And I've been to the preliminary hearing and I've been to UVU like many times before the event, but after the event as well. And she's never gone. So I don't understand. Like,
to the campus itself? To the campus itself?
Yes.
Exactly, sharp point.
And you're saying, like, in order for her to conduct her own investigation, like, on the ground?
Yeah, you would think. I understand that. Like,
Craig, isn't that what investigators do? They go out and be boots on the ground. Wouldn't you want your cult leader to go out there and go see for herself so she can stop putting people's lives in danger that actually live in the community because they were there? Why wouldn't they be there? That's their community. They live there. They were fans of Charlie Kirk. People that lived there near UVU, of course they went to see Charlie Kirk there. Why wouldn't they go there to support him? It's like Candace is bad that people showed up for something. Candace, you're a bum. You having people displaced for months at a time, forced to live in other people's houses and then hide out because your dumb cult base doesn't know how to leave people alone. They actually go out and actively try to destroy someone's life while they're paying Candace's attorney's fees by buying her dumbass t-shirts that the CIA should be suing her for. Can't make this up. I can't sell merch with CIA logo on it. And she's not even creative to come up with something on her own. This is why I bless God for you all. Creativity you all bring here is amazing. That Mala logo is a hit. Nikki B, shout out to you. I don't take any credit for that. I give credit to where it's due. But Candace could involve the cult members in that and say, hey, can you all come up with a great logo, something that's different, original, and unique to us? And that's not my name. Because right now her logo is her name. Candace, you dumb narcissist. Get your cult members involved. Go get your kids to draw something and color it in. And then use that. But this is the thing. You got people being, disadvantaged and having to be displaced. And because Candace put their photos up and accused them of being in a gothic cult. Now you got people looking for them. To do what? When you don't pay their bills. Candace cult members not sending no super chats and paying nobody's bills. So what the hell wrong with them? You don't regulate shit. You don't get to dictate or determine who gets to do what. You don't control the internet. Sit your bum asses down. You can't make this up. You think Candace is going to condone all this doxing and bullying and cyber harassment? No. Cyber stalking? Nope. She's the same one that said, of course, obviously I have sources and direct contacts that, obviously in Erica Kirk's residential building. We have eyes and ears everywhere. We're always watching and listening. That's stalking. But you say that's a felony to them. These same dumbasses that refuse to read a law get mad. And they think they can control the internet by telling you not to say that. You think you're talking to these same goofies that won't send me my $7,000.
There's not going to be evidence there in terms of like you can swab things, but anytime you open up an investigation, whether it's been 10 or 20 years, you go to the crime scene because you as an investigator need to understand what's happening there. Like she talks about the Losi Center. She doesn't know what the Losi Center is.
I don't even know if the defense has been to the crime scene. So, I mean, I guess it's a valid point in the sense that it's correct that she has not been there. I mean, what I will say is that I think she's very close with other people that have been to the scene exhaustively and through a lot of, crowds.
She's not close to anybody. She keeps doxing and attacking them. That's not being close to them. What you mean? She's forcing herself upon people.
Sourcing and sharing information. She's received info that way. I mean, I will say that interestingly enough, again, one of the pieces of evidence that only Candace Owens has shown is the iPhone video of the guy or whoever that is lying prone position before the.
And she should not have shown that because the judge said no. So she violated the judge's orders. Someone screenshot that video and they sent it to her. So they recorded the screen that the video was being shown on in the courtroom. It's like a big projector screen, right? Or a huge TV screen. Some courts have the projector screen or some courts have the big TV screen. I do believe this was a huge TV screen that's in this courtroom. Someone in there that's a part of the media corps were recording the TV screen of the video of him doing this lateral crawl. The lateral baby crawl. He crawl around like a baby, like one of their legs is sticking out because it's got a gun in the pants leg. Yeah. That's the gun lateral baby crawl. And so they sent it to her. You can tell that it's a recording of a TV screen. They should not have done that. So she illegally obtained this. That is why she should be held in criminal contempt of court. Not only did she obtain evidence illegally, she violated the judge's order when she posted it out. You claiming to be a journalist does not mean you're above the rule of law. Everything is not under the First Amendment. That is not protected speech. Violating a judge's order is not protected free speech. It is not protected free speech to violate a court order or judge's order. You cannot claim First Amendment when you are violating the law itself. And court orders are as good as law. You can't make this stuff up. And these dumbasses that don't know how court works want to sit here and try to give a cover.
The big bang, the shot, or whatever you want to call it. And so it's like she's seen some things from the day that. So it's. I guess I just don't see the not the validity of it, but basically it's a so what for me because it's like and then as far as her not attending the preliminary hearing, I just think that would be a complete circus.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So maybe we could agree on that. It would be a circus. You're absolutely right. But being there could really avoid some really idiotic things she said, like, oh, the line of sight from the Losi building isn't there. Or, oh, there's Spider-Man, like this person referenced, who scaled the building. It's like, if you've been there, it's a short drop onto grass. It's not a problem. Getting onto the building is incredibly easy as well. Not anymore. They locked it down.
But again, it's just like, we're looking at videos. I'm, I'm 6 foot, 200 pounds. And, I'm in pretty good shape. I'm pretty athletic. That would be a tough jump for me. You know what I'm saying?
No.
I don't think it would. We have the same specs. I'm 6'1" and similar. I'm 190.
This is coming from someone who has not been there either. I highly doubt this Craig person has been to the campus. The question is, Candace has nothing but time on her hands. This girl ain't got no damn job. Why she can't take her little bum ass out there? Candace, take your little black ass out there and go to the top of the building. You can go live. At least try. You're not even trying, you lazy bum. She just want them to pay her attorney's fees.
So yeah. I feel like I don't think it'd be tough, but let's move on to the next one. Same guy, SE Dog. I like to tell Craig all the evidence has not been presented. I'm willing to bet $100 my statement is true. Craig agrees with you, right, Craig? I mean, this is what we want. This is where we can come together is like, not everything's out. We're excited for the prosecutors to get it all out. Yeah.
I mean, what I will say is that it would be highly unusual for the prosecution to have some proverbial aces up their sleeve, because their job is to send this to trial. And so every piece of evidence that they have is in the documents that they submitted to the judge and to the court. So
the problem is some of it was not shown to the public during the prelim, you dumb. Just because it was admitted as evidence into the case does not mean that the public saw all of it. The video of the gun carrying lateral crawl, baby crawl, was admitted, but was not shown to the public. And someone illegally recorded it either way and violated the judge's order. So they just want everybody to live lawless. Like Lisa said yesterday, Candy ass cult members want to live lawless and be rebellious and ignore our rule of law. Bots are bots, and we don't give a damn how they feel at all. We don't care about bots. They're not real people. And you got the cult members that are sitting here putting Candace above the rule of law. But if anything would have happened to them, they will be calling 911 and then crying all over the phone. For what? You don't believe in our justice system. Unless it happens to you. Right? Justice system has no bearing until something happens to them. So they all got to learn the hard way.
It's all there. So we've seen everything that the prosecution has, which is
seen everything. Oh, he's so stupid.
All right. Roberto Calamari said, Craig, don't you see the flaw in your logic? If everything the prosecution says is untrue, the scale of your conspiracy doubles and triples, and we don't have a single whistleblower on the Fed side. This is part of my problem too, Craig. It's like you're saying there's flaws in what the prosecution's saying, but then you're saying if the jury, like you want to see more come out in the trial and the jury could come down against Tyler Robinson. It's like, but wouldn't you just not trust what they were saying then?
Trust who? Like who's saying?
The prosecutors. Because you're saying you want more to come out in trial. That's going to come out from the prosecution and the defense as well. But why would you trust them then if you're not trusting them now?
It's not listen, I think like the idea of not trusting, it's just that I'm not convinced. And so
I'm so glad they're not here to convince you. They're not here to convince you. So this whole argument he's been making here is stupid. They're not there to convince you. And we bless God that you will not be on that jury. Nor should any juror think like this. He will sit here and excuse Candace's doxing behavior or putting people in danger by showing their photos talking about they're a part of some gothic cult, some nonsense. All because he wants to side with Candace. Don't care how she feels. Why are you parroting her talking points? So they really aren't thinking for themselves. This is how cult members think. It's a hive mentality. They just go out and repeat all the dumb shit she's been putting out here. They don't care how dangerous it is. They don't give a damn about none of that.
They're expert witnesses again, and I want to see them aggressively cross-examined, right?
So,
Okay,
fair enough. Why don't we see a single whistleblower on the Fed side? This is something that I harp on a lot on my show, but when there's conspiracies, people cannot keep a secret. Like, people do not keep secrets. We find things out so fast. COVID is a great example of that. There's not a single person?
I don't really want to like play conjecture games, but I will say this.
But he will sit here and talk about how, she's never said anything like that. Okay, let me show you the text messages where she said that Erica Kirk killed her husband. Well, she's probably just making an accusation. So you're doing conjecturing yourself. It's the hypocrisy for me. He wants to sound like he's being neutral and fair, and he's not being that. And the moment comes for him to actually say, no, she is dead ass wrong for that. He can't even say that. Because they punk asses and cowards and simps.
So like quote unquote conspiracies, what has been proven to have happened in other instances in history.
He said the prosecutors do nothing but create conspiracy theories, which is absolutely false. Their job does not even allow them to be conspiratorial or theoretical. They can present a hypothetical situation, but they cannot sit here and bring conspiracy theories as charges to the court. Not a conspiracy theory. That's not a charge. Conspiracy to commit murder, yes. But you have to prove that with evidence. God. It's the stupidity for me.
Let's say, is that these things can be very effectively compartmentalized, right? And so when you talk about a whistleblower, do we have a whistleblower that's out there being like, he didn't do it, it was actually this? Yeah, we haven't seen that. Do I think that there are people on the inside from the, let's say in the FBI that are nonplussed with how this has been handled and maybe are leaking information?
This voice does sound familiar, don't it? Doesn't it sound like that Vermin dude? That Vermin dude must be out here, boy. I told y'all that Vermin guy is trolling the internet. He is trolling everybody. It sounds like that Vermin dude, don't it? He had a fake ass British Australian type blended accent. I told y'all, I said, I don't think that accent is real. He sounded like a total fake. He out here just trolling. Probably trying to get Candace's attention. Or want to take her on a date or something. Whatever his dumb problem was. Man, when I say it sounds so fake. Don't that sound like that Vermin guy? I'm telling y'all, this is crazy. It's like they go out and they just on marching orders in triple time. They out here marching for Candace. Y'all, there's an opportunity for us to get up on Joshua Carr's platform and, make an ass out of ourselves. Who's going up first? Hey, they're dropping the link over there on Lady Luck Club, Sean. Anybody going over there? Hell no. Keep that energy up. Keep that energy up. I want them scared as hell over here.
To, let's say, a Candace Owens, a Baron Coleman, or the defense, I believe that is also probably true.
Okay. Evelyn says, ask her about the merch, Shabbat Shalom, Daddy's Home. You familiar with that?
Oh, you mean like her creating that merch, blah, blah, blah?
Yeah. Don't you think that's callous? I mean, again, like you saying,
create that merch, blah, blah, blah. See how he dismisses this? Who wants that BS on a jury? No one. Not even Tyler Robinson's attorneys will want this clown on the jury. Moron. You said prosecutors present conspiracy theories to the court. No, you got to go. No, thanks. We don't need you. Bye. Have a good day. You get your $25 gas money out, in 30 days. Bye. Well, let's be sure we don't ever summon him for jury duty. Oh, my God.
Well, Johnson shouldn't have exaggerated. I agree, but this is super callous.
Hey, Caleb?
Yeah, I mean, but again, this is basically, it's akin to two people hating each other and airing their laundry in public. That's not what this case is about. Do I think it's just
what? Two people hating each other? This has nothing to do with hate, you dumbass. She made t-shirts mocking the things that Charlie Kirk said and believed in. You don't see that to be wrong? So he has no ethics or morals at all. Not a soul or a conscience or a nothing. Got it.
Tasteful? Yeah, sure. But
yeah, sure. Whatever. I don't care. Because he's siding with Candace. To them, she could do no wrong. And they tried to enforce themselves to try to sound neutral. No, just let all that bias come on out of you. Release the bias, Kraken. Release the Kraken. You shall not pass. Oh, we're gonna send him to the bottom of the ocean.
Like what?
Yeah, I hear that. It doesn't prove that Tyler Robinson did it. I'm just shocked that it doesn't, hurt your faith in Candace a little bit more. I'm not seeing that same level of pettiness from the prosecutors, for example.
Nope.
Well, I think pettiness is a large term. I think you can.
No, it's not. It's a small term. Pettiness. It's 3 syllables. What are you not able to understand with it? Candace is mocking God. She's out here attacking a widow. She's putting up these slogans on her merchandise that Charlie Kirk said because it was an expression of his faith and of his beliefs. And she's mocking it. She's being petty by herself. She's in a one-person argument and battle with herself on that. No one has done any merch talking about, I don't know, what some of the dumb things she says. Throw some slogans out there. Okay, for today, everybody. ... Mindless. All right, welcome back. Like, no one's out here doing merchandise with that. She doesn't even do merchandise on her own slogans. That shows how much creativity she lacks. Candace is not even doing merch on her own slogans and quips. Her infamous sayings, her jokes, and whatever. She's not even doing merchandise on that. I don't know. He's like, oh, pettiness is such a large word. Well, that means you have a zero brain.
You can call balls and strikes of pettiness on the TPUSA side and the Candace side.
Nope. When they got to respond to her bullshit, no. Nope. The devil is a liar, and so are you, Craig. No. They invited her out to speak to them in person in Arizona. And the candy-ass cult members talking about, don't go, I fear for your life. Why? She got all this energy for YouTube, but she can't go out there in person? With her security detail? What you mean? But she can go to Dollywood, and they see nothing wrong with that? Because they some dumbass hypocrites.
I don't know.
But in
the
in case y'all didn't notice, I was trying to be on all the lists. I want all the candy ass cult members saying my channel name. Put me on all the lists. Give a damn about your list. You and your list can kiss my ass.
Yeah, I get that. Candace is the aggressor and TPUSA is the defender. Like, at no point was TPUSA just going to start going out there saying Candace Owens murdered Charlie Kirk. You know, at some point, if someone says that about you, you get a little petty.
But they came out right away and said, Tyler Robinson did it. He should be put to death. And it's like, whoa, like, let's have a trial first.
Okay. No, and fair enough. I'm cool with that. This is where we agree on that. It's like they were themotional at the time. But
they're still doing that. I mean, and it's just like what you have to ask yourself, like, why? Like, why are you so attached to this narrative? Like, why?
Because that's where all the evidence points. You know what I mean?
Because facts and laws and evidence don't care about how the hell you feel. And there's evidence here in this reality on Earth, and I'm not going to your alternate reality, and I don't owe you nothing beyond that. You want to be allegiant, show your allegiance to your cult member, your cult leader. Do you? But don't force us to come down there. We're not going to Toonville. We're gonna get Roger Rabbit.
I mean, fair enough, but like we're having this conversation. I'm not married to. Oh, he definitely didn't do it. I want to see a robust trial. Why don't they?
Yeah, I get that. Well, I think they do. I think deep down they do. I agree that sometimes the rhetoric can get a little explosive. I would argue that if they had not been explosive, there would be an equal amount of people criticizing them on the other side, saying, why aren't you actually defending?
Hell, I'm petty. Y'all know how much clowning I do on Candace. Every time I go live about her dumb ass, I clown her out. I'm petty. See, it's not a large term at all. It's quite easy to do. She said she's an alien. I said, we'll go with that. And now we have all these alien photos of Candace. E.T. phone home. It's so simple.
Charlie Kirk. I think it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. But with TPUSA, never said they're perfect, never said any of that. So I think we're in agreement on that. I annoy Josh. Who is this? Who names themselves that? I've never seen this person. This has got to be an old person that changed their handle just recently. Said, crew, thanks for being civil And we do have someone coming in. I apologize to the person listening in the room. We'll have you on in just a second. But I do appreciate you being here, Craig. And I want to get through all the super chats. I Annoy Josh says, crew, thanks for being civil. If Candace was so close to Charlie, why can't she show text messages beyond 2018 after she was fired? Yeah, I think this gets a little away from the question of like who did it. But this is another thing where I distrust Candace, Craig, where it's like she's showing us these receipts, but they're from like way back when. Like this is just petty nonsense.
Well, I think that one thing that I will say about Candace is that she seems to be pretty, for lack of a better term, savvy when it comes to not showing her cards. So it remains to be seen what correspondence she has or does not have with Charlie Kirk.
What cards? She has no cards. She's a moron. All she's doing is just saying she doesn't believe whatever's been put out and then just coming up with BS that's going to land her in a court of law. Yeah. She's going to have to show them cards. It's called discovery. Candace, go Mexipay. Oh, that yeast infection must be a itching and a burning and a scratching and a itching. Go Mexipay. If you or a loved one has experienced itching, burning, ee-wee, sticky sensations and smells from your hoo-ha, you might be experiencing a systemic recurrent yeast infection from black mold that you chose to live with for 7 months. Please reach out to 1-888-Candace is a moron.com. That alien is spreading her infectious yeast infection to everybody. She's contaminating the air. We need to know who's all been infected. We're going to start turning into zombies at some point. Yeah, make this up.
Salty Sarah, who would be the best person to run TPUSA? I think that's directed at you, Craig. That doesn't have to do with our debate, but I'll let you answer it because why not?
I mean, full disclosure, right? I was not a Charlie Kirk fan before this tragedy happened. And so
exactly. I was not a Charlie Kirk fan, which is why it's so easy for you to hop on Candace's bandwagon. Guess what? 99.9999% of Candace's cult members were not fans of Charlie Kirk. Haven't we been saying this? What did this dumbass do? Proved us right. We've all been saying this. I didn't even know anything about him. So the idea that now these are the people that are following Candace and pushing her BS are the ones that never liked him in the first place. They didn't agree with his ideals to the point where they probably found him disturbing. Maybe he's one of these ones that were out here rejoicing over his death. We don't know because we can't see this person. We don't know who he is. Craig might not even be his name. We don't know who he's talking to. And I hope Josh, here's something, just a little wisdom for you, honey. Mama just trying to give you a little wisdom. You need to vet these people before you put them up on your platform. If you're going to do this, it's highly entertaining for us because I'm a clown them either way. But if you're going to do this, at least be able to say, I vetted this person. I saw them backstage. I know who they are. They are who they are or who they say they are. Because I don't want to put people up on the platform and it could just be someone trolling. It might be Burnham who knows how to change his accent because y'all remember when he said that he was in the movie industry? He could be a broke-back actor. That's what we call him. Vernon is broke-back actor over here. He could be a broke-back actor. Out here trying to get his name out there, trying to get jobs. Look how good I can act and sounding like some bum-ass cult member. And then he's taking this as an audition tape to go and be on, Big Brother or something. Who knows? Vet these people before you let them up on your platform. You don't have to be on camera if you don't want to be shown, but I need to see you backstage. Because right now, who knows? This idiot is trolling. Can't take this shit seriously. If he doesn't think that people should not be doxxed and harassed and stalked and bullied, Candace shouldn't be out here falsely accusing people of being a part of some gothic cult or claiming that they are a part of some assassination cover-up. If he doesn't see anything seriously wrong with that, and then his whole, response to that is, well, then they should be going to the local authorities, right? Yeah, but when we do that, y'all still get mad. When we say she broke the law, she violated a judge's order, put out this piece of evidence that was ordered by the judge to not be released, she should be held in criminal contempt of court. All of a sudden, we're going to community note this. You can't community note laws. We don't give a damn if you don't know how to read. To the candy ass cult members, we don't give a damn how you feel either. But laws are laws, and she's not above them. Everything he's saying here is he's just parroting her BS and trying to excuse it. And it's stupid. He falsely stated that it's not the prosecutor's job to cross-examine. The defense attorney's job to cross-examine. Yes, it is. Are they required to do it? No. They can literally have someone come up and testify for the prosecutor. And the defense might not have any questions for them. But do they have the opportunity to cross-examine them? Yes. That's one of the things you're told as a witness. You could be subjected to cross-examination. The hell you mean? She's so stupid. He also doesn't know what prosecutors do. So when you're ignorant of how things work in the court of law, we don't care what your point is. Because if anything, he's out here putting out false information that are not even factually based regarding the role of a prosecutor or defense attorneys. And we can't see who this person is. We don't know who this is. He could be somebody on Candace's team. Who knows? So it's imperative to vet. Otherwise, this whole thing is just disingenuous to the platform and to the people listening. Now, we just turn it into comedy. Candace, go max and pad minus that 7. Full force. Skeet.
So ipso facto, I was certainly not a TP USA fan.
Facto.
So I would say that's their problem. But I will say that Erica Kirk would not be my first choice.
Okay. Brittany Crosby says they haven't shown all of their evidence. They showed some of their evidence. The legal process does not allow for the entirety of the evidence to be released publicly. It would violate Tyler Robinson's rights to do so.
Well,
that's my understanding as well.
But everything is in all their evidence is in the court documents, and there is no mention of like what we're talking about. Things like the Chick-fil-A video, completely unedited, hours of footage that has not been presented by the prosecution. They are not submitting that as evidence. Hopefully the defense has it, but that remains to be seen. But it is troubling to me that we've seen these bizarrely edited clips that are super grainy. I mean, the whole thing is just bizarre. I think we can both agree there.
No, I don't think so at all. We don't agree there because when something happens on a random day at 12:30 in the middle of the week, it's like there's not 4K cameras around to take advantage of that.
There are 4K cameras everywhere. Like the fact that if I go into a convenience store and steal a pack of gum, they're going to
this is I understand that. Okay, let me amend what I said. This is outside, so it's a little bit different. I do believe there is high quality footage of everything that happened, but the defense did not want it out there. It was not the prosecution.
But you were there in the courtroom. Is your claim that we've seen?
I see this dumbass interrupting here. Now, this is not a debate. He over talking and cutting them off and interrupting him. Oh, Josh Carr. If only you had a moderator. Josh, I will help moderate this if you're going to do it. I really would. I would help moderate. He did this like back to back. But if he has a date set up where he does stuff like this, I would have helped him moderate. Because let me tell you something. The power of that mute button is something else. We're not going to over talk nobody. We're not going to do that. That's why the candy asses can never come over here and be able to successfully do any of this nonsense with me. I don't play this shit. This is crazy. He's barely letting a whole point be expressed before he interrupts Josh. And he ends up saying something that Joshua Carr is not even saying. But if he shut his ass up and listened to Joshua Carr finish the question, then, he'll probably be able to see there could be something they agree to and some things they just don't agree on. But don't get up there thinking you're going to force Joshua Carr to agree to you. Well, why do you want to believe that? Because I want to. I'm sorry. Are you paying my bills? Who you talking to? See, I wouldn't be able to tolerate that. Like that bothers me. Oh, wow. It's funny. You think you pay my bills and take care of me. Like I don't have my own mindset. What you mean? No, okay, lady. Okay.
Friday. I wasn't there on Friday.
Hell?
Did you see any footage that the prosecution showed?
About what? Footage like going into like up on the roof and stuff?
Anything like stairwell or this, that, the other. Did you see?
He showed that.
I've seen all the things regarding that you have. That's all I've seen.
So my question to you is that what we see, online, on YouTube, whatever, what we see is incredibly degraded footage in the year 2026 of our Lord.
That's your opinion.
Is what you saw the year of our Lord abundantly more clear than what we?
Candace, you still stealing my quips. Now you got your dumb coat members stealing my quips. In the year of our Lord, who else says that? Who else says that? In the year of our Lord 2026. Who else says that? Who else y'all know say that? Craig, if you're listening, let me tell you something. All this dumbass interruptions is stupid. And you need to look up what prosecutors do. You're absolutely incorrect about that. There's no reason not to be factual. Too much information at our fingertips. You can Google. Stop being lazy as hell.
On the video monitor in the courtroom, yes, like much higher. But again,
you much higher, like, up, man.
Like you can make out Tyler Robinson on the roof.
On the roof. I wasn't in the courtroom that day, so I can't speak to that specifically. I'm just saying.
But I mean, you saw him like coming off the roof, right?
I don't think that was played the day I was in there.
Okay.
This was on Tuesday, I believe. That was played in Friday, so I wasn't in. I was on Thursday, but
interesting.
Yeah. So I don't want to have stolen valor and say I saw something that I didn't. I didn't see those things.
Sure.
I'm just saying simply that the video footage is much longer than what we've seen. They have about 20 minutes. They said they parsed through like hours and hours of it. And by the way, the defense can do the same thing. So the defense, if there was like someone else who got up on the roof that planted the screwdriver, like the defense has that video footage that we could see of it.
No, they don't, because the officer's body cam went off, right?
No, but you're saying there's cameras everywhere.
The defense has it because it's called discovery. Okay, see, here's what needs to happen. I think Josh Carr would definitely benefit from someone who understands the law and how these matters work in court and some of the legalese. Because the defense has it because they have to exchange discovery. So to say they don't have it, he's not in court. Craig doesn't know. He doesn't know what prosecutors do. He doesn't understand criminal procedure at all. So they will have it because they have to exchange it with the opposing party. All parties are entitled to have that same pieces of evidence. Whatever the evidence is, whether it's being presented by the prosecutor or the defense, both parties are entitled to get that evidence. That is the discovery exchange that occurs. So to say that they don't have that, they do have it. Or else they're violating court rule. Hopefully Josh Carr knows to say this.
I understand that, but I'm talking about
no. I'm saying like
cameras.
My point is that a UVU campus, it's a very photographed campus. There are cameras absolutely everywhere. 4K cameras absolutely everywhere. So my point is that they can easily track Tyler Robinson with pretty much zero blind spots for the entire day. And they did. But I'm saying like, here we are arguing about Candace Owens, and it's.
But he just said, and they did. And you still going on and on? Not everything you say after this is moot, irrelevant.
Just like, I kind of also, I'm with you to the extent like, yeah, shut Candace Owens up. Show the entire day of footage.
Yeah.
Just show it.
Okay, cool. Going back to the...
And they don't have to do that right now. So kick rocks. Like, what is this entitlement? I demand to know everything about this one criminal case, as if there aren't other. You don't hear him advocating for this same release of information in any other criminal matter, do you? And he said he's not a fan of Charlie Kirk. So why do you care? Why would you want to see everything right now? For what? To taint the jury selection? Another thing he has no knowledge of at all. They don't care how this would taint the jury selection. The judge's job is to preserve the integrity of the case, to ensure that the jury selection process is not tainted. Craig is stupid. He sounds like Vernon.
The super chat, I think that's what we're going to see in the trial. We're in agreement there, but we got to move on. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay. I know, Josh, Greg, the DNA experts were cross-examined. Yeah, this was the point I was trying to make. On DNA specifically that you were saying you need more on, the defense cross-examined and basically just tried to make it seem like it wasn't legit because there was like technically a 1 in trillion chance that it could have been someone other than Tyler Robinson. But
that's not a fair accounting of that. I mean, they raised.
No, it is. Once again, you don't know how DNA analysis looks. You don't know if you put that in front of him, he would not know what the hell he's looking at. That is a fair accounting. If they cross-examine the expert regarding the DNA analysis, these are the people that actually performed the DNA testing. And basically it comes down to, listen, the DNA coming out of your body is unique to you. We looked that information up. Less than 1% chance in a trillion that it belongs to someone else. Your DNA is your DNA. Give God more credit than that. We serve a very creative God where millions of people roam in the earth and no two people have the same exact even sequence of DNA in their cells in your body. Not even if you're twins. That's what's so crazy about this. But as opposed to him looking that shit up, he's sitting here talking about, oh, it's not a fair counting of it. What are you talking about? We're talking about DNA evidence, the most concrete piece of evidence you can admit into a criminal case, especially for a murder trial.
Suspicion when it comes to like here's the thing. When it comes to DNA evidence,
you know what he's talking about.
Nobody's arguing that wasn't his gun. Nobody's arguing that,
But like, you did. You did. It wasn't enough DNA on it and blah, blah, blah. Like, what you saying now? So you just going in circles? He's trolling. It's got to be Vernon. Vernon, go sit your dumb ass down somewhere. You trolling everybody.
That this didn't belong to him. So, of course, his DNA is going to be on the rifle. So, again, really don't find that to be compelling evidence. Trolling. Lance Twiggs' DNA also on the rifle. I'm not saying Lance Twiggs pulled the trigger or whatever, but I'm just saying that, like, DNA evidence is DNA evidence. And if something comes from somebody's house, it doesn't mean that, they did it just because their DNA's on something. Yeah.
Yeah, you would see the DNA evidence combined with better footage as damning proof that Tyler Robinson did it.
Listen, I need to see, I need to see a lot more. I want to see Tyler Robinson in crystal clear, video, getting on that roof, walking up. I want to see him take that rifle out of his pants. I want to see him assemble that rifle. I want to see him take that screwdriver out. I want to see him, I think take the rifle, like in the first press conference, the governor of Utah said that he changed clothes on the roof. I want to see that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the defense blocked it. I would love to see it too, but Tyler Robinson's team didn't want it out there. So, well, I think we've exhausted this point. Let me just go through these last ones really quickly. And I've tried to give you your opportunity, so I appreciate you answering. Just really quick, like 15 seconds each one. If Candace Owens is just asking questions, why mock Charlie Kirk with the Shabbat Shalom Daddy's home? Like, what was the point of that?
I don't think she's mocking Charlie Kirk. I think she was mocking Erica. I think she...
Erica doesn't say that. Charlie Kirk said that. Why even put that on a t-shirt? Why not be creative enough to come up with your own slogan?
Finds Erica to be for lack of a better term, disingenuous, and I think she finds her to be fake. And so the baddie
she took precious time out of her stream to make that a thing and her investigation.
Sure, yes, I guess. I mean,
he justifies.
Yeah, I just don't think it gives any credibility to her being I think these incentives matter. Is what I'm trying to say. I get where you're coming from.
But I also don't want. I don't want to pearl clutch. Like, who cares?
Craig is an
idiot. It's not a pearl clutching thing. It's just like literally, oh, she truly hates Erica Kirk. Therefore, she's not an unbiased investigator. Therefore, maybe everything she says about Erica Kirk is just motivated by her intense hatred, so much so that she's willing to make merch about it.
Well, I would say this. She didn't go after Erica Kirk in the beginning of her whole thing.
She didn't want to go off in the beginning. But she did. Let me tell y'all something. Discernment is something else. And we bless God for it. When you ask God to give you discernment, he will give you discernment. I said after the first month, I said, it seems like it's only a matter of time before she started going after Erica Kirk. The first time I heard her say her name, I'm like, why is she even mentioning this girl? Hit the 4 of y'all remember that. I said, it's only a matter of time before she started going after Erica Kirk. What is wrong with her? And then I said, by December, Erica Kirk needs to get a protection order. Just like 9 months ago when Candace released patient health information, violated HIPAA privacy laws. I called that 9 months ago in a whole video. People thought I was just jumping to conclusions and the blah, blah, blah. And now everyone is saying the same thing on X. Now you have other content creators saying she violated HIPAA privacy laws. Lady Luck Club said it 9 months ago. Give me some credit. That discernment is something else. And now here we are, where I'm like, when is Erica Kirk going to file a damn lawsuit against Candace and be done with it? And Candace has not stopped. She has literally gone to the depths of hell just to sit here and insult this woman. And for what? She will still never be CEO of TPUSA. Candace Owens will never be CEO of TPUSA. Period. So what the hell is she doing this for? Vindictive. Venom. Oh, sit your ass down and read a book.
Until she met with Erica Kirk and found her to be lying to her. And then things flipped for her. So, and I can't comment on that because I wasn't in the room. I'm not Candace Owens. I'm not Erica Kirk. But that's when Erica Kirk kind of started, when Candace Owens started to go kind of scorched earth. And it's because she felt like she was lied to. And she's shown receipts of that.
Yeah, but that's not, I get that, but it's like, that is not enough to then say that she like ran a trafficking ring in Romania. Scottish War.
You can put up 4 + 2 as a receipt. That doesn't mean that someone is lying. And then when you demand an answer and they say, okay, 4 + 2 is 6. Nope, you lied because you didn't answer me fast enough the first time. Who lied? I just didn't tell you what you wanted to hear. I don't owe you shit. You don't want to put all that nonsense out now that I debunk you. You say I'm lying to you. Yeah, it's so funny how that lie will never land Erica Kirk in jail because it was not illegal. Candace calling someone a liar does not mean they actually lied. And her dumb ass would not be able to prove exactly how the person lied. But she did call for Erica Kirk to be sent straight to jail, Erica, or at least, interrogated by police. For what? For what crime committed? The Candace violate judges' orders and they try to sit here and pacify that and make excuses for it. Why? They can go to jail with her for all I care. Take your whole coat with you to jail. Bye. She still might see criminal contempt charges. She violated HIPAA privacy laws. You want to join her in jail? Good luck to that. Go to court. Tell the judge, I want to go with my cult leader. Can we have the biggest cell in the prison?
Boyer said, hey, love your work. Sorry for that one outburst. Anyway, you should get on Latter-day Saints and debate them on who killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, we'll see. They've invited, they keep inviting me and then they don't follow up on it. So I don't know. I'm down to do it anytime. Like I'll literally debate anyone on this. I'll be on anyone's show. There's no problems there. Let me go through these. Hey, Craig, you've been awesome too. Thank you. Like I really appreciate it. These people want to hear from you. So that's why I'm showing it. The messages Candace and Aubrey occurred. And this is the message I showed right here. Occurred before her 12:15 meeting. So there was no reason at that point for Candace to have said Erica lied to her. She's insinuated her involvement in multiple ways. Yeah. Thank you, Brittany. Daughter of the King. I just jumped on a bit ago, but he said what he thinks of the, but has he said what he thinks the flaws are in Candace Owens' arguments, or that she cuts video to fit her narrative without showing it in its entirety? P.S. Glad I found your channel. Thank you, Daughter of the King. Yes, Craig, I'll ask you this question. She's strategically done, like I'll give you an example. She was saying, oh, there's no way that Tyler Robinson said this text message because it uses the word vehicle and he doesn't use the word vehicle. But that video that she used was cut strategically to take out him saying the word vehicle. And I showed it on my show. Like she literally edited it and it's very clear. She also,
the cult members don't care about that. You can present all this stuff to them. They don't care. They're going to parrot her dumbass talking points. I can guarantee you he does not give one damn about that. Well, you know, maybe she was tired and she forgot to show the rest. Like it's going to be some dumbass excuse.
Just released this video yesterday, and the prosecution, we were told from Benny Johnson and Jack Posobiec that it was like a long video, like 20 minutes, and we only got 30 seconds of it. So why is she editing things?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I would say that, again, I can't speak for Candace Owens, but I obviously believe that Candace Owens thinks that TPUSA is involved in what happened that day. I think she also believes that there were, federal assets involved. I think that that's what she believes. I also think that she has been pretty effective when it comes to releasing information.
She released a damn thing. And the one piece of video she released was illegally obtained. It was recorded in the court, and the judge said, this should not be released to the public. She does not override the judge. Candace, I hope you stand before that judge and say anything flippant. Show us all how big, bad, bold, and knuck if you bucket you are. I told y'all you was going to see him make an excuse for her. Don't see anything wrong. I did not agree with Charlie Kirk. Why do you want to see all the evidence? You don't care. That's all you're confirming. You were not a fan. You didn't care to begin with. You don't care now. You probably are glad that she's sitting here doing all this that's going to lead to a tainted jury while you can't say what prosecutors do. Hell out of here.
Order to catch people, again, in her mind, but I've seen, pretty compelling evidence in lies or half-truths or doublespeak. And so I think that she releases things strategically in order to try to catch people out. Again, she claims that she has way more to unveil. Of course, detractors will say she's just doing that to kind of string people along. I don't donate to Candace Owens. I'm sure she gets ad revenue from me somehow because I have YouTube Premium and I watch her shows, but I don't buy merch.
You watch her shows, but he didn't know that text message was sent. Y'all see how they got selective amnesia? This idiot is trolling. This is why this is not always a good idea when you can't vet who the people are. He's trolling. You watch all her shows, but you didn't know she sent that text message saying, first thing I'm going to ask her is, why did you kill your husband? Not did you, why did you kill your husband? As if you believe that she did it, and you just want to know why. You see how he's trying to make excuses for her? He asked her a very simple, straightforward question. And he's still trying to take up for her and to sit here and defend her. How's that being neutral? No one will want this idiot on the damn jury. Not even a little bit. I hope he's not in the United States of America. Keep your bum ass wherever you are.
I'm just here for, the trial, the story. And if it weren't for Candace Owens, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And I think the conversation is really important because I do feel, and again, this is just my perspective, historically speaking, I do feel like in the past, there have been government narratives that have been pushed through and just
care. The government.
let's move on.
This is
Let's
not the
accept
FBI
that.
case.
Let's not
I
ask any
agree.
questions. And I'm glad that we're doing that.
No, I agree. It's just
he hasn't asked any question. The only question he did ask is, why do you believe that? Why do you want to believe that? Because I'm grown as hell and you don't tell me what to do. And you paying my bills. Perhaps you paid my mortgage this month and I didn't see the payment. You mean? They ask stupid ass questions.
that usually when there are these questions, there's like actual evidence as to why the official narrative shouldn't be followed. And I'm just not seeing any evidence, only the questions, not the answers. But we got to keep going.
I think the questions are more than half the battle. If we're talking about
I think that's where we disagree. I think that's where we disagree. D. Peter says Candace is not closer to this than Erica is. Yeah, I agree. Saying you're close to it is not a great argument.
It doesn't give you credence to sit here and defame her, lie on her. You're just accusing her of lying. Candace says that about everybody. Oh, Lady Luck Club's lying. I don't owe her $10,000. She does. Candace owes me $10,000. See, Candace, we can all have this illusory truth effect. You owe me $10,000, you dumb heifer. I want my money. Send me a cash app. These same Candy Ass Cult members don't give people money to sit here and go back and forth with them on some bullshit, though. You gotta vet people. Josh, if you're gonna do this, honey, you gotta vet them. You gotta tell them, look, you gotta turn your camera on backstage. I need to put eyes on you. I need to see you're a real person. I need to know who you are. Because right now, this is Vernon with his regular accent. That's how I could just say that. Because we don't know. His name could be Yankee Doodle. Or Donkey Dick. Who knows?
My opinion. Sorry, going through these really quick. Caitlin Williams. Craig, you're a typical Candace follower. You didn't even like Charlie. You're living proof Candace hated Charlie. That's why she tracks you. I'll speak on that. Caitlin, I think that's a little unfair. I don't hear any malice in Craig's voice. And I liked Charlie Kirk a lot. But I wouldn't consider myself a massive fan of him either. I had never met him. I'd never been to any of his events. So I just want to say, just because you weren't...
I was neutral to him. I didn't know anything about him at all. Had never heard of him in any of that. But a man was assassinated in front of thousands of people and virtually on national television. That's not something you witness every day. We don't witness public executions like that on national television. In the manner to which it was done, you had students, kids, the elderly. You had all kinds of people, like about 3,000-4,000 people out there. And it was just out of nowhere. Something he had been doing for how long? Almost 6 good years he been doing this, going to universities and stuff like that. Never mind all the other murders that occur. Where this same Craig person could, or Vernon, or whomever this dumb troll is, could be asking questions about evidence in other cases. He didn't like Charlie Kirk at all. You don't have to like someone to know what's right or wrong when it comes to a matter of law, what's going on in the court, to understand the prosecutorial role in this, their duties, the defense attorneys, what they do in these matters, federal rules of criminal procedure, to be able to actually learn what happens in the courts and how these cases are handled, how evidence is gathered, why evidence is important. This is a learning opportunity, if nothing else. And what does this idiot do? Sit here talking about, I watch all the Candace's shows, but when it comes to, okay, so explain, why did she put up this text message saying, the first thing I'm going to ask is, why did you kill your husband? Oh, I don't know anything about that. You lying. Dumbass liar. Candace, this is a liar. Your cult members are liars. They watch every show, but yet and still, when it comes down to Candace said that she's an alien, I didn't know she say that. But you watch every show. So you got selective amnesia. You dumbass liar. Because I'm just going to call them a liar when I actually see them lying and hear them lying. If we can go to a video with a time and date stamp of her show, of her saying something, they want to pretend like they didn't even know. Oh, I didn't know she said that. You watch all her shows. Now come again. He knew that text message existed. They up here trolling. They're lying for her on her behalf like she pays their bills. That's how stupid they are. She's not even giving them money for this. Well, maybe she is. Who knows? It could be one of them.
This fan doesn't mean, that means you automatically support Candace Owens.
I mean, yeah, I thought Charlie Kirk, I didn't agree with things that he said, but he was wildly talented, incredibly charismatic, and certainly had whatever kind of future he could have envisioned for himself. You know what I mean? Sure. There's no doubt about that. He was an incredible talent. And I thought what he was doing when it comes to going to college campuses and essentially owning college kids all the time was really important for the dialogue of the country. And it was a tragedy to see him publicly assassinated like that.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Craig. Alexa, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. SC Dog, about feelings. Feelings are not fact. Yes, thank you. With that, Craig, we're going to let you go. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you for being here for so long. I know it's not easy. God bless you.
All right, you too, man. Take care.
All right. Craig is gone. We have our next person in. It looks like they were here, but maybe they're gone. They may have had to go. Hopefully not. We'll see. Their name is Reptoid. Uh-oh. Seems like they left. They may have left. Uh-oh. Did we get you back? Did they get scared off? We're a little late, so that could be why. I'll try to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're not running.
All right, who up next?
Any questions while we're waiting, guys?
Child.
I'm trying to be kind to the people who come on. Craig, I think, is one of the more interesting and more fair people that we've had on. My problem is just fundamentally, and I'll read your questions right now. If you guys have questions, send them in the chat. My fundamental problem is just that saying that we haven't been to the trial yet and haven't seen all the evidence is not, it does not justify you believing what Candace Owens is saying, essentially. Because by admitting that you want to go to trial and you want to see that, basically what you are saying is that I want justice to prevail. And nothing that Candace Owens has done represents that at all. So why can't it be enough to say, yeah, I'll wait, and everything Candace says in the meantime is ridiculous? Okay, we may have our person. Jason, thank you so much. Belly rubs for Milo, jelly beans for Joshua's blood sugar. On a separate note, Michigan primary is causing me stress. Carry on. No, it's going to be okay. We're going to be okay in Michigan. Reptoid, are you with us?
Yes. Thank you.
I want to give you a personal apology for being so late. I believe that punctuality is a virtue, and I apologize sincerely.
No, you got to do the super chats. I understand.
Yeah, no, I just appreciate people. They're very kind about it, and I want them to ask you some questions too. So if you guys have any questions for, what do you want me to refer to you as?
Reptoid Outer Works. Yeah.
Okay.
AKA Craig, AKA Vernum. Vernum, this you with a beard, mustache? You took the beard off and put on a fake mustache? Is that what happened? Y'all, it could literally be like the same person. I'm going to wear this disguise and just flip my voice around and then name myself something weird. Can't make this up. Candace, where you get your cult members from? Ugh.
Yeah, you said I could take a quick minute to
do it right now. Take 20 seconds.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, just a quick shout out to all my followers on YouTube. Thanks for listening to me all these years. We've got over 100 tracks on my channel now. If y'all guys want to dig it, it's just my username right here, Reptoid Outer, without the space. That's my handle on YouTube. So thanks very much. Appreciate it, Joshua.
Yeah, of course. Let's get to it. Looks like you're echoing a little bit. Do you have headphones or something so it doesn't echo?
Well, I tried to set this up on my PC, and
it needs to turn off.
But I think I can put my.
If you've got anything just so it doesn't echo back.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my headphone.
All right, we've got a super chat in the meantime. We'll bring him back in just a second. Joshua, just wanted to let you know I'm not a male, just a girl in South Carolina world who loves the Georgia Bulldogs. Nice. Sorry, apologize for assuming you're a male.
Oh, Lord.
I don't have anything against the Georgia Bulldogs, so go Dogs, I guess. SEC country. I'm a BYU fan myself, so it's not like we ever play you anyway. But we'll probably see you in the playoff this year. Big college football fan over here. All right, it looks like we're getting Reptoid back. I just want the audio to be good for you guys. You know, it's no fun. Oh, here we go. We've got a hater in the. Oh, never mind. We love the haters in the chats, but Reptoid is back, so we won't talk to the haters.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Macaroni and cheese
Yeah.
pizza.
Hopefully that takes care of the echo. I got
did.
my
Go dog.
headphones plugged in here now, so we're ready to go.
Okay, good. Awesome. We don't have a ton of time. I apologize. So let me just get right into it. I believe Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. I'm about in the 90s, 95% sure it happened. But I'm willing to hear if you have any evidence to the contrary. Do you have a claim that actually, an actual, not just I'm asking questions, but something you believe actually happened?
Well, I wanted to discuss, I guess, some of the evidence that's been brought so far that I find a little problematic.
Okay.
I watched your first debate, and you mentioned the DNA, like the smear DNA from where he got off of the roof. And that went through me because I thought I'd been following the investigation pretty closely. And I thought that the DNA was only 4 places: the rifle, the cartridges, the towel, and the screwdriver. And the screwdriver I also found problematic because it was originally reported as being found with the rifle. So that only leaves, I guess, the smear DNA to put him on the roof. Now, I thought, like I said, I thought I was going crazy. So I just asked AI, I said, during the preliminary hearing, where did they find Tyler Robinson's DNA? And it gives me 4 places, like I said, that I told you already: the cartridges, the rifle, the towel, and the screwdriver, not the smear DNA from where he jumped off the roof. So I guess, could we talk some more about that particular piece of evidence?
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate you speaking in good faith. So some people messaged me after that debate and they said, I don't think the smear mark had that. Sorry, it looks like we're having a little bit of an echo again. What I can do is I can mute you while I'm talking, and that can help remove that. Is that okay?
That's just fine, yeah.
Okay. So they messaged me about this, and so I went back and verified. And I don't trust AI, and so I went and actually watched the preliminary hearing. And you're right. I actually made an error yesterday, and I do want to correct it. I was going to correct it anyway if you didn't bring it up at the end of the stream today. But you're right. The smear mark came back inconclusive. The screwdriver was not inconclusive. It was Tyler Robinson. And so the point that I think I was trying to make, but...
Yeah, don't worry. I tell people all the time. I still get nervous when I go live. Find it hard to believe. No, I actually do. I still go nervous. I get very nervous. Then, tech things happen. We all, after a while, once you started getting more comfortable with being able to go live and have a good handle on the tech for the most part, because I cannot tell you how this internet works in my house. It has its own mind. It's a fickle creature. But once you get a handle of, okay, I know at point, these points and times throughout the day, the internet is going to be great. So I know these are the most pivotal points for me to, time frames for me to go live and not have any issues like that. Then you get comfortable with just speaking, presenting information. Just over time, trust me, it gets better. My first interview, I'll tell you all this. My first interview with Nick Brooks. Because and I'm going to toot my own horn on that. When I first saw Nick Brooks' video, when he was covering Candace's case regarding Macron's, I had not seen him be on anyone else's channel. He had a smaller channel, of course. I had not seen him do any other collabs or anything. I think I was the first to have him up on the platform talking about the Macron lawsuit with Candace. And then I was so nervous. Jay Witt, my brother in Christ, came up on the platform and kind of helped me with the collaboration, with the interview we had with Nick Brooks, the very first one. And then Nick Brooks went over to Jay Witt's channel. That's how nervous I was. And now look at God. So it takes time. Don't rush it. It's okay. Mistakes will happen. I misspeak. I'll say something. I have to go back and correct it. Same thing with Josh Carr doing here. But I'd rather see this level of integrity where you can't go back and correct yourself. Say, my apologies. I got to retract this. I misspoke yesterday. I gave out some information that was not correct. There's nothing wrong with doing that. And that helps to build up that integrity with Josh Carr. He's so sweet about this. He has a lot of patience. But that's what we want. We want people who can say, I messed up and screwed up. Candace can't do that. It's not until it's an overwhelming cry of her that she actually will come out and say, okay, I'm going to get the information for the Egyptian planes and put the data up on my website. Has she done that yet? Do you think the candy ass cult members are sitting here and saying, Candace, you still haven't put that stuff up on your website? When are you going to do that? They're not pushing for her to do that because they know that she doesn't have it. They know she's full of crap. And yet they push her BS nonsense everywhere. And then ask other people why we don't believe her dumbass. We don't have to. It's called reality, logic, common sense, facts, law, evidence. Candace, what's 7 times 4? And it's not moo cow. So yeah. My thing is we all get nervous. We make mistakes. Internet acts up. Keep at it. Keep going. You're doing great. Same thing with Nick Brooks. And now look how loose he is with his live streams. I'm so proud of him. So we gonna get you there, Gil. We got you back. We gonna get you there. No worries, because I think any attorney's perspective is warranted, especially when they can give both sides of the aisle here. Because people keep forgetting YouTube is not court. And court is not like being on your YouTube channel. That's why I love to go to the experts when it comes to these matters, and the attorneys are the experts. Except Baron Coleman. He can kiss my ass.
I had got it jumbled in my head, and I apologize for that. I was not trying to be dishonest. Is that the screwdriver places the DNA of Tyler Robinson on the roof. The smear mark shows that someone jumped down off the roof. It was in a position where you can see that someone was trying to jump off the roof. Obviously, we know someone was jumping off the roof anyway because we have a video of it. And then we also have the gravel mark of someone in the prone position pointed at Charlie Kirk. So those things combined to me prove that Tyler Robinson was on the roof.
Okay, I guess since you are from Utah, and it was from Utah that it was originally reported that the screwdriver was found with the rifle and the towel. I mean, can you come up with any reason why there would be confusion about where it was
Who reported that?
What's that?
Do you know who reported that?
Oh, I've watched the television footage of it. I've watched. It was on TV.
So, like you're saying, journalists were reporting that the screwdriver was found with the rifle.
This was like officials from Utah.
Wait, are you thinking? Was it our governor, Governor Cox? Is that what you're thinking of in like a press briefing?
This is one of the early press briefings back in September.
Okay, and, I'm asking not to quiz you. I'm asking to understand.
Custody surrounding the screwdriver to be confusing, and there's another item whose chain of custody that I find very confusing, and that's the necklace, because everybody's seen this footage of the necklace spinning around. So I would consider it a key piece of evidence, but it wasn't entered into evidence. It was given from Frank Turek back to Erica.
What would that prove?
Why was the necklace?
What would the necklace prove? Okay, Gil, no problem. No worries. What would the necklace prove? I know you related to Project Booger Nose. Oh no! What would the necklace prove? You're proving that a man shot another man off of a rooftop and planned to do this. They don't have to prove motive, but you can express the motive and intent. It's not required. But what would the necklace prove? Hey, how you doing, honey? Nothing. 5 points for Juju. The necklace would prove nothing. That necklace does not prove anything about Tyler James Robinson shooting Charlie Kirk. This is what happens when you don't understand why relevancy matters when it comes to the evidence. You don't understand how court works. They would not admit that into evidence because there's no relevancy to proving Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk from the top of a roof on a building. That necklace would not have Tyler Robinson's DNA on it or anything. We expected to have Charlie Kirk's DNA on it because he was wearing it. But what would it prove? Oh, he was wearing this necklace. Okay, and he was shot in the neck. That necklace proves nothing. It's irrelevant. It's like, oh, they should admit his t-shirt in the evidence. Okay, well, that would just show that it was bloody. I mean, but that's it's not proving that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. There's not more evidence to prove Tyler James Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. You want the bullet admitted into evidence. You want the gun. What do we need the necklace for? So the jury just knows he's wearing a necklace. That proves nothing. It's so ridiculous. This is all the nonsense fluff because of Candace. Let me just throw all this other junk into this and not pay attention to what's really relevant. It's not relevant. It would be objected to. The defense attorneys would not even want that. They don't even care. If the defense attorneys do not care and they know this necklace proves nothing, it would not help or hurt the client at all. It literally would not do anything. It's moot. Why would defense attorneys need to admit that as evidence? For what? It doesn't prove that Tyler Robinson didn't do it. So it's a moot point.
Why is the necklace not in evidence? You know, what if the necklace was struck by shrapnel? I mean, that's something.
No.
We should be able to see the way that
it would be irrelevant.
The necklace was defaced. So there's just a lot of really strange chains of custody surrounding some of these items.
Okay. Yeah, I'll address them. I got no problem. So the screwdriver specifically, sorry, I'm just going to mute you really quick. And I don't want to mute you if you want to talk, so just let me know and I'll unmute you or you can do it yourself. But the screwdriver specifically was on the roof. It was like, I guess what I'm trying to say, sorry, let me say this in the best way I can. The people who were saying that the screwdriver had been found with the rifle were public officials in the aftermath of the shooting. And in the aftermath of any tragedy, details are going to be incorrect. And I agree with you, that was an incorrect inconsistency. However, in terms of actual documents, in terms of actual presenting of evidence, at no point did that change. It was always that the screwdriver was found on the roof. Now, Governor Cox may have made a mistake and thought it was found with the rifle. He's wrong. And yes, it's wrong. And is that kind of weird? It's weird, I guess. But does it prove anything? I don't believe it proves anything. And the defense, again, had opportunity with all the information you and I have to cross-examine on that point of evidence and did not. In terms of the necklace, just really quick before you give your rebuttal, when it comes to evidence, I'm not an expert on what should go to be a personal item versus what should be entered into evidence. And is that a question that maybe could be asked in the trial? Sure, I got no problem with that. As to shrapnel, I think we'd have a lot of other places to see if there be shrapnel, like Charlie Kirk's body, for example, or to see any of that in a video. We don't see that. So I just don't find that to be very compelling. But I guess my main question for you is these questions surrounding the investigation are important questions, but I would say smaller questions. And I've got no problem asking them. I just want to know, like, what is the other theory that happened? Because I'm going off of evidence that was presented, and all I get back from people are questions, not actual rebuttals of evidence.
Because they don't know big words.
Well, we can get to my speculative narrative at the end, but I should remind you that
why do we gotta get
it's
to it
not
at the
on
end?
Tyler Robinson
What is it with
to
these
create
people?
a narrative.
What? Didn't Burnham say the same thing? Yeah. You probably seen a bunch of my films. Can you name some films we've seen? Yeah, I'll get to that later. Why are you here? What? Yeah, we can get to that at the end. No. Your end is about to come real quick. Is these the only two people he had up this whole time? Oh, Joshua Carr, this was an hour and 24 minutes.
I understand that.
To create the narrative.
I understand that. And
I'd like to say one other thing about the screwdriver. So witness one, the local officer with Utah Public Safety, who says he saw the screwdriver up on the roof. There's another reason I find his testimony problematic, and it's this. He said that when he went up on the roof, it was, somewhere within the first 45 minutes, right after the shooting. He said there was one other person up there with him who had a badge and a gun. He didn't know his name. But Baron Coleman's recently showed us footage of the roof at that time when the officer reports he was up there, and there's 4 individuals on the roof. Now, this guy was asked in the preliminary hearing if it was only one person that was up there with him, and he said yes. So how can I trust this guy about the screwdriver if he's lying about the number of people on the roof? I saw the video of the roof. There's 4 people up there. You can see it plain as day.
And this video is coming from where? I've never seen it, so
this
I'm not
was
sure.
on Baron Coleman's show. It's from the back side of the building, actually.
Oh, what was the source of the video? Like, who was taking it?
On the roof of the building, you would be able to see these people. You would.
But who was taking the video is my question.
I don't know. There's a lot of people with phones there that day.
Okay.
But
it doesn't matter then. You don't know? I'm wondering if he's ever been to this campus as well. I highly doubt he has. Why does his beard look fake? Like he just put that on to disguise himself. Burnham, stop playing on everybody's live streams.
Yeah. I mean, trust me, you can look at the video.
Okay. Yeah, this is my problem with this, though, okay? Is like, we've got video of Tyler Robinson getting on the roof, and that is footage from the actual university.
I want to talk about that, too. I want to talk about Tyler Robinson getting up to the roof. So
we'll get there.
Okay.
But really quick, my point is we've got video there that no one wants to accept, and then you're saying now there's this video that I can't verify at all, and the defense certainly didn't think it was important because they didn't present it in the preliminary hearing. And so I'm struggling to understand where the line is for a lot of people on your side, where they accept the evidence here, they don't accept it here. I have no way of knowing if...
We wish we had the sealed evidence. We would love to have...
The defense doesn't want it out there. Tyler Robinson does not want it out there.
Right, but we're looking for the truth. To have Mike Mitchell's testimony, yes, would be invaluable, because y'all keep saying that he confessed and talking about all these confessions, but we don't have either video of either parent's interviews, and we don't have Mike Mitchell's testimony. It's under seal. So we're going off what we have, and what we have is the video that Baron showed on his show.
But yeah, I understand that, and I've got no problem with that because I want actual answers. My problem is there's no way to verify any.
First of all, you cannot submit in video evidence of anything where you cannot pinpoint the source. The court would not allow that to be admitted. We have court rules, and Baron Coleman's dumbass knows that. If you can't ID the source of where it came from, it could be AI. It could be made up. That's why you need the source. So how stuck on stupid is this going to get?
Anything that Baron Coleman showed. And yet there's much more ways to verify what.
To cite something here, man. I mean, like,
we're
having
fine.
a discussion.
So, I get that, but it's like, I have no idea if that video was a video of the moment that we're talking about when that man supposedly perjured himself.
I just invited you to check it out. It's interesting.
Totally no problem. I just think the selective choosing of evidence is my problem. And so I would submit to you, you're saying this video refutes what that guy said, I would say there's a video of Tyler Robinson getting on the roof.
Again. The stairwell photo.
Why do they keep over talking and interrupting? Josh Carr, you need me as a moderator. If you want Wednesday, Joshua Carr, I will be ready. I will help moderate. Because I'll mute his ass. Oh, I'm gonna mute you. We're not doing over talking and interrupting. Nope. Come again. This is ridiculous. He can't even get out a full statement. You don't get to sit here and say what evidence you want to accept or reject. Thank God you're not going to be selected for a jury. That's not how that works in court. You got to identify the source. He can Google that information and look it up. How do you admit video evidence? What are the requirements for video evidence to be admitted in a criminal matter? The evidence has to be authenticated. The video footage has to be authenticated. It cannot be some AI BS made up because Baron Coleman said, look at this, but not that. The court does not give a damn that Baron Coleman is roaming the earth. He does not dictate how evidence is admitted into this case. He has no sway on that. So no one gives two craps. Baron Coleman can jump off a bridge. It has to be authenticated. Part of that means that you got to identify the source. Where did this come from? Baron Coleman could have made that dumb shit up. He's just trying to get views. His unethical ass out here doing cyber stalking. Should be damn investigated by the FBI and disbarred. If you can't pinpoint the source as a part of the authentication process, it will not be admitted. The court will not permit it. That simple. Get over it. Why is it they find it hard to understand? Words are hard. I get it. Words are hard for them.
They had Lance corroborate. Now, why have they consistently gone back to the stairwell photo when you can clearly see that the guy's upper lip is thin? It does not match Tyler Robinson's lip. It's a different person.
It does, and I want to say just a word on that. I was one of the only people in the courtroom who have seen a select number of images not shown to the public. It is undeniably Tyler Robinson. I understand that you can't take my word for that, and you want to see it for yourself.
Are you talking about the stairwell photo? Are you talking about the stairwell photo?
They have, so there's a stairwell photo. They have other photos from that area. Why did they use
the stairwell photo if that person doesn't match him then?
Huh?
If there's better,
it does
footage,
match him.
Why'd they use the stairwell footage?
Because the defense will not release it. That was the point I'm trying to get to.
So again, it's under seal. But let's talk about stuff we do have access to. We can only.
Well, no, you want to bring up something that was under seal. He had already said it, but you over talking and interrupting him. You missed it. Shut your ass up. Yeah, this mustache is definitely fake. Looks like hay or straw grass or something. You know, perhaps he just took some hair out of his head and just put it on his face. Is this pubes hair on his mustache? Why does it look so dirty and dingy looking? Dude, you getting on camera. You didn't think, like, let me just trim this down a little bit. I'm going to line it up while I'm waiting. How long would it take to get some clippers and line this shit up? I bet that thing is musty and nasty and stink. What can you do when they're sitting here blah, blah, blah and all over the place? The only thing you can do with the candy ass coat members is just to clown their asses out. If you're going to come up here and troll, understand you will be subjected to me clowning you out. This thing has got to smell like his armpits. Y'all, he got armpit hair on his mustache. Sir, your mustache is musty as hell. Can you put deodorant on it? What are we doing here? You want that underneath your nose? Is it an extension of your nose hairs? What are we looking at here?
Debate on that.
I understand that. I'm just telling you, I've seen with my own eyes, and you obviously don't want to take my word for it. I've seen with my own eyes higher quality photos that were not shown because Tyler Robinson didn't.
I can only go on what the public has access to.
He's so sweet.
So anytime Candace Owens and Baron Coleman talk, you're not going off of what they're saying.
He showed the video. I mean, do you think it was an AI video? I mean, maybe, possibly.
I don't know. I just have no idea. That's my
Okay,
that's my thing.
What
I do know, though,
to go and check out the video. Maybe they can determine whether it's AI.
Yeah, go check out that video. I don't give a damn about that video. That video will not be authenticated. I don't give a damn. Neither will the prosecutor or the defense. If it's not authenticated, we don't give a damn. Hell, you mean what video? I don't care about who's Barry Coleman. He can kiss my ass. Oh, okay, cool, got it. What?
Well, that's fine. My point is that the defense did not even think that that was valid enough to submit to the court. The people trying to help Tyler Robinson get out of jail did not find that video from Baron Coleman to be helpful at all to their case. So I don't trust it. But Lance Twiggs identified Tyler Robinson in the stairwell. All this attempt to say that it doesn't look like him, I just completely disagree.
Let's talk about that. It took 7 months in an immunity deal to get Lance Twiggs.
That happens all the time. See, when you don't know how court works, then you'll say things like this, like it's a problem. You know how many people get immunity deals? This is not the first case in the United States of America involving a murder where a witness received an immunity deal in exchange for testimony. You can pull case law. Baron Coleman not teaching y'all about case law either. Case law, precedents, other cases where the same thing has happened. You know what? And I'm going to prove it. Let me play this. Hold on.
To sit down for a video with the prosecutor. We didn't know who else was in the room. Now, Tyler Robinson's been in jail for a year now. There's this idea in the law that you have a right to face your accuser. You know, where's Lance Twiggs? Where is somebody who works for Discord, who can testify to the chain of command about these Discord messages? Where is anybody?
Well, this is all things that will come out.
Oh my God.
This is great. Okay, but I just want to harp on this point, and this is something that me and Craig had a hard time with. Sorry, I'm just muting you for a second just because the echo is coming back. This isn't a podcast. It's not like reality TV where the prosecution just gets to like drip feed us information. They have really two opportunities to give us information. It's during the preliminary hearing.
Let me show you how epic I am. See, this is why you need a moderator. You got to have me as a moderator, Joshua Carr. I like the fact that you're trying to do this, right? I think you should only limit it to people that are able to show their face on camera, whether it be backstage or even, you know, when they come up on the platform. Because you don't know who the hell trolling. Let me show y'all something. Because, you know, the candy ass cult members don't read or research or Google or understand math or numbers or shapes or colors. Historical cases with immunity and later exoneration. The Death Penalty Information Center documents several cases where witnesses received immunity in exchange for testimony. These testimony turned out to be false. This immunity is something that happens. These are cases where this happened. In legal context, in U.S. law, immunity can be transactional immunity, total protection for prosecution for crimes related to testimony. Rare at the federal level. Use and derivative use immunity. Protects against using the witness's testimony or evidence derived from it. Prosecution is possible if the state has independent evidence. So the idea of someone getting immunity is not a foreign concept. These people lied, but they received immunity in exchange for testimony. So yes, you will have that happen. That's something they can look up. Let me give you all the source of this information. Because people will be like, oh, you just pulled that from Google. This is pulling it from direct sources. So I'll drop the link. This is the source that the information is being pulled from. Cases where someone was able to testify in exchange for immunity for a murder. I mean, hell, if he lies about it, then we all know what's going to happen. But the idea that you got immunity in exchange for testimony, I can't believe it. That's not a foreign concept in the court of law. It's just not. And it's so stupid they won't Google this stuff. You can Google. So let me put the link in the chat. Because, this is a thing. Oh, my God. They're so ignorant. It's the ignorance for me. How you get up? See, this can't... Listen, a debate should still involve some basis of facts here. If we can't agree that 4 + 4 = 8, I'm not talking to you. Because even basic fundamental facts will go over your head. And if you don't understand how court works, that's fine. But don't sit here and speak as if you do when you don't. Especially when you refuse to Google simple concepts. That is very common for people to get some level of immunity in exchange for testimony. This is not the first case that has happened. It's just not. This has been happening for decades in our country. What do you mean? Decades. God. Immunized testimony. I mean, it happens everywhere. U.S. v. Vila, 71 MJ 283. The Fifth Amendment's privilege against self-incrimination provides that no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. Immunity from the use of compelled testimony and evidence derived therefrom is coextensive with the scope of the privilege and is sufficient to compel the testimony over a claim of the privilege. So you can't be forced to testify against yourself that will cause you to self-incriminate. But if you are a witness, they can't just take your testimony and use it against you to incriminate you. They can offer you that immunity to say, hey, we won't, name you as a co-conspirator in this murder trial of Tyler Robinson if you come up and testify and identify him because you know him. Based on the data from the phone, the text messages, he sent you the text message confirming that he did it. So that person's testimony would be credible. Because now you have this piece of evidence to support their testimony. And if they wanted to offer him immunity, that is not illegal. That is a legal concept. There is nothing illegal about giving a witness immunity. Something that has happened in so many other cases across the country. Why in the entirety of the hottest parts of hell that Candace reigns from are they asking these stupid ass questions as if they've never heard of the concept? This is why they can't debate, because basic information like this, they won't even look up. Even if you're not an attorney, this is not the first time someone has been granted immunity. They said, we'll give you immunity in exchange for testimony. If it were illegal, if there were no precedents to establish that, this had never happened before, the judge would not have allowed the prosecutors to do that. Does that make sense? Hit the 4. The judge's role is to maintain and preserve the integrity of this case and the evidence. If this was the first time in mankind where someone was offered immunity in exchange for testimony, the judge would not have permitted it. But you have case law and precedents. Got some legalese you can look up and read about where this is common. That's why I'm like, I don't understand. If at the very least, utilize this murder trial as an opportunity to learn about how things work in the court. But you're going to have to stop being lazy, Candy Ass Cult members. Stop being lazy as hell and refusing to Google. Do your research. You don't like online internet stuff because one of the Candy Asses said that. Well, I don't do AI and all that. Okay, well, go pull a book. They still make law books. But go read and kick rocks. They're not doing that. It's so stupid. So they say these dumbass things. It's like, oh God, this is so painful. It's like torture. We hear this nonsense come out of his mouth like that's a problem. That's not a problem. That's common. We have laws that support that. The hell you mean? All right, let's get back to it. If the four of you all can hear, because sometimes the sound goes off when I talk.
And then after that, during the trial, if it goes to trial. And so all the things you're talking about will come out in trial. And it's okay if you have questions about them right now. I've got no problem with questions. All I'm saying is those questions do not prove that it was not Tyler Robinson. And I understand the burden of proof is on the prosecution. But my problem is that what people are doing is they're having these questions and saying, well, it cannot be Tyler Robinson. Then we're not going to wait for the trial. What it must be is this other crazy conspiracy with Mormon mafias or Israel or any number of things.
All right. Well, now we need to talk about not waiting for the trial, because during the preliminary hearing, one of the people we heard from the most was the lawyer for the media, Erica Kirk's lawyer.
What?
And over again, they were wanting to not wait for the trial. They were wanting more evidence out there.
Yes.
In the open.
Well, yeah. They didn't want new evidence shown. But
what's the reason for this?
They didn't want new evidence that hadn't been presented out. What they wanted was evidence that was already being presented to the judge to be public. I just want to be clear on that.
Right. So my point is, why not wait for the trial? Why do we need it out in the public if Judge Tony Graff has access to everything and he has till September to make a good decision about whether this proceeds to trial? Why the rush?
Because the defendant is legally entitled in accordance with the U.S. Constitution to have the right to a fair and speedy trial. Meaning there's no reason why he should have to wait. First of all. Secondly, the defense asked for the preliminary hearings to happen as soon as possible. And then, the prosecutor said, okay, knock if you buck. And then it came with all this terabyte of evidence. And now they're kind of like, oh, wow, y'all got a lot of evidence. He has the right to a fair and speedy trial. That is a constitutional right. Once again, this is a lack of reading. God, okay.
Just because it stays, sorry, I have to mute you one more time, just for a second. Just because it stays with the judge does not mean it's magically going to come out public in the trial. Like if something is shown in the preliminary hearing and it's just
most of the evidence that's admitted during the prelims might not even make it in the trial, because it could just be the fact that they may not need it. But to say why the rush, because he has a constitutional right to a fair and speedy trial. That's not something you get to dictate. No one dictates that. The judge has to honor that. Even the judge has to uphold constitutional rights. Good grief. He did not know how this works. He doesn't know how court works either. Got it.
Just for the judge, then that sets precedent for it just staying with the judge. So they want something to come out and be shown right now in the preliminary hearing, so more can be shown in the trial. It seems like you agree.
Well, no, I get it now. So it sounds like you're saying they want stuff out there that may become inadmissible in trial, but they want it out there in the ether. Now it makes sense to me.
No, I'm just saying nothing that is not accepted by the court should be shown. But if it's accepted by the court, their argument was simply it should be shown to the public right now.
Okay, well, it was you yourself that said, let's just wait till trial when we can have all the good evidence.
No, that is standard. We don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt for the prelim, so they don't have to actually show all the evidence. But it doesn't mean it was not admitted. There was evidence that was admitted that was just simply not filmed for the public to view. So the judge would instruct media to cut the damn cameras off. But it was still admitted. And it will be shown during the trial to the jury. Because they have to see it. What's wrong with him? What is he not understanding? Oh my God, how simpleton is this dude going to be? Reptoid, let me tell you something. At some point, you and the alligators in the swamp and the rest of the reptiles got to come up for land. Y'all got to come up for air. Because if not, we'll be at this dumb nonsense all day.
No, all I'm saying is that there was a set amount of time to show evidence. They couldn't show all of it. It was only a week long.
You know his best friend is a crocodile. Come on now. Reptoid, you are one walking contraception. The idea that this guy may have kids is disturbing me. It's disturbing me that he might have children. They're procreating.
It's the Baron and the Candace fans that are wanting to decide everything quickly, but I guess I would argue that the lawyers for Erica Carr are in a rush.
No, it's not a rush. It's been 10 months. That's the point. It's that we've been doing this investigation for 10 months.
And he's been locked up a long time.
You're right. And so it's been 10 months. He shouldn't be locked up without a decision. And so what needs to happen is the investigators need to come out with all of what they've gotten and not drip feed it to us like Candace Owens and Baron Coleman have done. And so what the evidence was shown in the preliminary hearing should all be made public. Now, evidence that wasn't shown, we don't even know what that is. And so at no point did Erica Kirk or the media lawyers come out and say that that should be shown. They were just trying to set a precedent of anything shown to the judge should also be shown to the public. And by the way, if I had my way, if Erica Kirk had her way, if TPUSA had their way, the trial would be tomorrow. This isn't like we want this to last year. I don't know what the incentive for them would be. Can we agree on that?
It's a constitutional right.
Well,
he doesn't have to.
Can we agree that the screwdriver is the only thing, as of right now, given what we know, that can put Tyler Robinson on the roof, and that the screwdriver is problematic?
What?
I don't find it problematic. There is DNA evidence on that. I think that the video evidence is sufficient to show that Tyler Robinson was there. There is footage of him casing out the place beforehand. There's footage of him in his car looking for his rifle afterwards. I don't know why he would be looking for that rifle if he hadn't shot the rifle. I think there's a lot of evidence. There's targets in his house from him practicing beforehand. He confessed to it 3 times in separate messages.
About the screwdriver, as I've said, we've got one eyewitness who puts the screwdriver on the roof. That's witness number 1 with Utah Public Safety. Now, I don't find him to be a reliable witness anymore because he says there was one other person on the roof when he was up there, and we have 4.
Huh?
This is why I find the screwdriver problematic.
Okay, I can't speak to the 4th thing. I haven't seen the video. I promise you I'll go.
Oh, Josh, you need a moderator, man. You need a moderator. You need a moderator that actually can, quickly debunk things with factual information. Because otherwise, this guy doesn't even know that you have the constitutional right to a fair and speedy trial. I don't understand this. Tyler Robinson is a murderer. How would you want the murderer out? George, straight to jail, George Farmer. Or at least interrogated, because you look like you about the same height and build of Tyler Robinson. Because blah, 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 and the other reasons. See, Candace, we can all do this. We can just start blaming George Farmer. I already told you that, you dumb heifer. Tyler Robinson did it or George Farmer did it. That's it. Period.
Go check it out. I find it dishonest to say that's the only thing tying him to the roof, since we have 3 separate confessions of him saying he did it. I think that is a good indication of him being on the roof as well. But I do have some questions from the audience. They wanted to ask you and me some things. Is that okay if I go through them?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. I have to get to dinner, so I apologize. I promised my wife this wouldn't go too long. But thank you for waiting. I Annoy Josh says, blah, blah, smile. I had a feeling it was you. Yeah. He changed his username. All right, guys, if you have questions, we've got some super chats I'll go through. If you have any super chats you want to do to support me, you can leave a question for myself or our guest here. I do also want to welcome Golden Graham, who's been a member of the Josh Carr Show for 4 months. Thank you for supporting. We have a super chat from Alexa. She says, why wasn't Candace fighting to be in that courtroom to see the actual evidence? She doesn't have any evidence. The investigation doesn't have. She lies. Yeah, curious your thoughts on this. Why would Candace not want to be in the courtroom to see that enhanced video? She didn't even try. It would seem to me that if she was the lead investigator, that would be important.
Oh, why wasn't Candace in Utah?
Yeah, she's never come to Utah, and she proclaims to be an investigator.
I would attribute that to her being a family person. She wants to be at home in Tennessee with her kids. I mean,
What?
She gets.
So she gets a pass on, being a punk ass when told you can come out to Arizona and debate TBUSA in person. And then we'll live stream it. And then you can ask whatever you want and we can debate you in person in real time. George said, no, it's his birthday and Andrew Tate's coming and blah, blah, blah. I got to make sandwiches. Oh, okay. Erica Kirk goes to Tennessee for 4.5 hours. Well, I can't believe she's going out there. We're afraid something's going to happen. But they invited her to Arizona. She could have brought her security detail with her. I'm sure all the candy asses would have met her there and helped protect her. Erica Kirk goes out and promotes her late husband's book. Why isn't she at home? Supposed to be at home with the kids and do nothing. Sit your dumb ass down. Candace can go to UVU and be boots on the ground and follow the path of Tyler Robinson. You know why she does it? Maybe because she already knows the path and gave Tyler Robinson some money to do this. Because Candace, we could theorize that. Or she's just lazy as hell and she really doesn't care. She wants this man to get off. She wants to control the narrative because she wanted to control Charlie Kirk. I can keep going. The hypocrisy is stupid with this stupid ass coat.
I mean, she's busy. She's got a certain number of trips she wants to take, and she wants them to be quality family vacations. That's what I think.
She was in Russia for a week working. I don't know. I don't buy that.
I don't buy it either.
She was doing interviews with
the Russian thing is interesting. I think that's very interesting, fascinating. Yeah.
Okay. And you think that there's a chance that she's a Russian asset because of it? Just a chance?
No, but there might be a chance that she got some treasure while she was over there.
And that doesn't concern you at all? You don't think that maybe Russians would use Candace to try to sow division in America?
Well, I mean, it's up to her to judge whether what they gave her is, legitimate treasure or not. But like I said, she may have gotten some treasure while she was over there.
That would be problematic, you moron.
SE Dog fan. Reptoid, you know what else we don't have? The defense using any of Candace's or Baron Coleman's evidence, nor calling them to testify. Yeah, I don't see them calling them to testify, but why have they not used a single piece? I mean, really, Baron Coleman and Candace Owens have spent 10 months doing this. They have done hundreds of podcasts, and not a single piece of evidence that they presented was ever shown by the defense. Why not?
Again, I get back to the burden of proof. It's not on Tyler Robinson. It is not to us to create a narrative. Yeah, I have a narrative. I mean, I know what I think happened, but I don't have to. I don't have to say that. It's up to the prosecution to create a narrative about what happened today.
But Candace Owens and Baron Coleman have specifically said Tyler Robinson did not do this, and we will show you why. And the defense just said, no, we're not even engaging any of that. That's so ridiculous.
Well, I mean, you alleged that it was with the 30-06. I mean, I mean, I don't think it was a legitimate autopsy, first of all, because there are no tissue samples. They didn't.
What do you mean there are no tissue samples?
They did not make slides of the brain.
Is he for real? He wouldn't know that. You know how I know he wouldn't know that? Because that's protected by HIPAA. Medical examination done. The autopsy report. That stuff is sealed. Same thing with the Nolan Wells case. His autopsy report is sealed so that a grand jury can see it. That information is just not put out there like that to the public. The jury hasn't been even selected, let alone saw the autopsy report. How does he know that there are no tissue samples? He's just throwing out dumbass conspiracy theories. This isn't an issue where they're trying to ask legitimate questions here. They're literally making these affirmative allegations saying, we don't see tissue samples. They don't have it. Who told you they don't have it? No, you just don't know about it. I haven't seen an autopsy report. This is absolute madness. Gil, you hear this? Just because the burden of proof is on the prosecution does not mean the defense is not allowed to argue alternative explanations. they could easily cross-examine. You got these clowns getting up here saying that they can't even cross-examine during a prelim. Now he's just rambling and saying dumb shit. Oh, Josh, I will not cuss if you get me to be a moderator. I won't do you like that, buddy. I won't cuss. If you want me to come moderate the show, it's going to be fun and entertaining. And I will not use profanity. Okay? I'll tell you that right now. Over here, yeah, sometimes I just have to let it out.
And they, it wasn't a legitimate autopsy. He was whisked away by the vice president. How does that happen? The vice presidents don't do anything. It's a job where you don't have to do anything.
They're like best friends in the world. They work together. Obviously, if something high profile is going to happen,
right,
that's like the perfect thing for the vice president to do.
They're best friends, but that doesn't give you access to Air Force 2 unless something strange is going on. What? It's bizarre. I can't believe that people don't.
It's so bizarre. Spell the word bizarre. I want you to spell and define that word. Yeah. Oh man, Josh, I'm gonna tell you something. These debates would become a lot more interesting if you wanted me to help moderate it. Boy, you talking about making these little goofies look as dumb as they sound. Boy, that's my specialty.
Talk about that more. The fact that
it's because it's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous.
You're rambling. You dumb.
You don't think that as vice president, JD Vance would want to seize on the opportunity to help out the Kirk family and not only do something good, but also that PR. Like, what could be better PR than supporting the Kirk family back then?
It's truly a local investigation and not a federal investigation.
It is. It is.
I would think
jurisdiction of the state
that he would have stayed in Utah a little bit longer. We have jurisdictional problems here. The relationship between Utah public safety and the federal government is incestuous.
He said we have jurisdictional problems here. Something he cannot define. Gil, do you hear this? He said we have jurisdictional problems. What's God? Oh, Jesus, come down. Hold on. Let's hear this jurisdictional problem that this non-attorney is sitting here talking about. Because somebody flew on Air Force 2?
You don't think that as vice president, JD Vance would want to seize on the opportunity to help out the Kirk family and not only do something good, but also that PR? Like, what could be better PR than supporting the Kirk family back then?
It's truly a local investigation and not a federal investigation.
It's not.
I would think that he would have stayed in Utah a little bit longer.
It doesn't matter. The FBI can assist with any local criminal matter if they want to. And when you have death threats going towards judges, they will. When you have death threats going towards whole police departments, they will. They will assist. This is not the only matter that they are assisting in. They're also assisting in the Nolan Wells case because a judge has been targeted for death threats. People are receiving death threats, so they will intervene and assist if they need to. Why is it that these clowns act as if everything that's happening with the Charlie Kirk case somehow is a foreign concept? That maybe it is a foreign concept because they don't know how courts work. But they won't even Google is this a common theme here? Does the FBI typically help aid and assist in murder cases? That does not mean that the state of Utah does not have jurisdiction over the matter. That's not even the same concept. Yeah, you hear this. He doesn't know what jurisdiction is at all. Because what he's about to describe sounds like a conflict of interest, not a jurisdictional problem. Don't use big words you can't define, you moron. This reptilian came out of Gatorland, decided to hop here on Josh's platform and make a complete ass of himself with this musty ass mustache.
We have jurisdictional problems here.
No, we
don't. The relationship between Utah public safety and the federal government is incestuous. It appears that way.
it's sexual. Oh my God, that has nothing to do with jurisdiction. No. No. That has nothing to do with jurisdiction. Oh, the legal definition of jurisdiction has nothing to do with whether or not the state of Utah and the FBI collaborate together. That happens often. You can Google it. This is not the first murder case the FBI has become involved in and aided and assisted. And they're assisting the investigators. They're not bringing forth charges on their own. They're actually aiding with gathering evidence and executing subpoenas and search warrants. What the hell? This reptilian? Oh, we gotta let the crocodiles out for a minute.
Wait, to everyone.
Dude, bye.
Right.
Are you done?
I know what Josh says. I have big lips. Based on camera angle, my top lips can look thin. Yeah, it looked just like him, in my opinion. We're gonna have to agree to disagree, though.
Farewell, guy.
All right.
Hardly any lip at all.
Okay. Just and most of the images, by the way, that people have seen of Tyler Robinson are AI images that people created. They're not even Tyler Robinson. Justin Credible says, if that wasn't Tyler Robinson in the videos, then someone might want to tell Tyler Robinson and his defense team and his parents and his boyfriend, who all have not refuted any of that, by the way.
Like I said, we haven't heard from Tyler's mother or father or Detective Mike Mitchell.
They would already be decrying his innocence, you moron. Don't you think if you had a kid, let's imagine he had a crocodile baby, right? So reptilian gave birth to another baby, alligator. He's got a baby alligator as a child. And that baby alligator goes out and it goes and it stomps on a rat or a mouse or something. Okay. It bites a kitten. Okay. Let's say the mama says, look, my son, he bit the baby kitten. Baby alligator bit the baby kitten. There's no doubt about that. And so we got to drop him off, turn him in. If the mama alligator knew that baby alligator did not do it, then the mama alligator would keep their child at home. And then say, listen, if law enforcement wants to accuse you of murdering someone, if the police want to come in and take baby alligator away to a different part of the swamp, put him on punishment, serve him bologna sandwiches, and steal cereal with water, whatever, then the mama alligator will protest that and say, no, my son is innocent. Our baby reptilian is innocent. How dare you come here and try to take my child out of here? Tyler Robinson's parents would already be saying that. They will be holding press conferences. We want justice, but we know our son didn't do it. They're not saying it now, and they could be saying it now, you doofus. These dumb aliens infiltrating our planet is getting out of control.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. And I know this is personal anecdotes, so you'll have to take my word for it, and you probably won't, and that's fine. But I've personally seen them in person, and they were not people looking at me defiant that their son was in jail. They were people who were mourning the fact that they were watching evidence that their son had done this, and they were sad about it.
It's funny because Baron Coleman shared another story from some people who were sitting next to them too, and he shares that they find that this is not in Tyler Robinson's character and that they got wrapped up in something. So there are anecdotal stories going both ways. There are anecdotes going both ways.
Yeah. Even that statement right there contradicts the other 100 arguments that Baron Coleman have made and Candace Owens has made about this case. That's what's so ridiculous. Because by saying that, you're saying that Tyler Robinson was still involved somehow. And what I hear from Candace Owens is that he was not even on campus that day. So how could he get roped into it? This is why it's so insane. But we're running out of time here.
Mike Mitchell.
What?
Who called who first? That's what I want to know. Who called who first?
Why are you asking dumbass questions?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, and it doesn't prove anything. But Graham Factor says, thank you for covering this calmly.
If it proves anything, why is this guy in jail?
Well, I'm saying that doesn't prove any of your theories. You know, there's DNA there.
I don't need to have a theory. I don't have to have a theory. You do.
I don't have a theory either. I just have the evidence that the prosecution put in there.
The screwdriver?
That's one of the pieces. That's one of the many pieces of evidence.
Or there are other pieces?
There are many.
Is he asking simple questions that have already been answered? Does he not know that there are other key pieces of evidence? He doesn't know what evidence is either. This reptile has no concept of evidence or screwdrivers or guns or DNA. So you all know that if somehow he procreated with an alligator, this reptile will encourage his baby alligator to go out and attack a kitten, a small kitten, and then he will cover for her. No, not my reptilian son. Oh no, he didn't eat that baby kitten. He didn't bite her. There are bite marks here. Here's a video of the your son alligator, reptilian child, over here in this area on this date and time where the baby kitten was, and then you see clearly, you know, your son baby alligator snip at the baby kitten and bit her. We have it on video. Plus, your son baby alligator left his DNA behind, and he broke a tooth. This tooth came out of his mouth. Dental records match up. Then he tried to crawl real fast back into the other side of the swamp. What you mean? We got all that on camera too. Many angles. It was green. Wearing a maroon hat. Where you get the hat? It's a crocodile. Oh, the crocodile cousin sold it to him. Sir, your baby alligator son is guilty of biting this baby kitten. Because he could have just kept his ass in the water. Where were you at when your son alligator broke the law?
Many pieces we've talked about him today.
What else puts Tyler on the roof? That's what I want to know.
We've already talked about it. We have to go in a second. I apologize that I have to be the moderator, but I want to welcome you on again if we want to talk more about it. Graham says, thank you for covering this calmly and with dignity. P.S. Candace is downright evil. Yeah, yep. I think that's evident. Okay, we're going to end the stream. I appreciate you for being here, and then I'll give a little conclusion before we completely go. But really, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for being
yes, sir. Thank you, Josh.
Dignified.
Only good faith, like you said.
Thank you. Yeah. God bless you.
All
right, guys. Yeah, there you go. I don't know what to say. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversations we had.
Oh, Josh, you need a moderator. Y'all, this is something else. So the gator crocodile, the reptile daddy will defend and protect the son crocodile. There's alligator. Alligator. We're gonna stick to alligators. The son alligator. Even if there is irrefutable evidence that is overwhelmingly proving that the son alligator went out and bit the baby kitten, he's just kind of cover it up. Like, F justice. I don't care about justice. Hey, Megan. Shout out to the boss. You all, what's going on? How you doing, honey? I've been listening for over an hour, but was getting ready for work and driving. Great live LLCA. I think you as mine for Josh would be awesome. Oh, I would have a good time over there for sure. Will not cuss. I will not cuss, Josh. I promise you. Can't make this up, man. Heather said Reptoid Outer seems to be suffering from too many snake bites. One thing for sure, he has no idea what jurisdiction means. Child. Oh, you can't make this stuff up. Yeah, we've had fun. That was funny. I say this all the time. When we do these types of reactions and this stuff, boy, if these idiots get up here making a fool of themselves, we just gonna clown them out. It had to be Burnham. It's got to be like a weird cousin of Burnham. The dude that scarred us all for life, okay? Vernon has scarred us all. Like everywhere we go now, we're wondering if it's Burnham. This trolling ass. He's so dumb. Thank y'all so much, man. This is all we're gonna do with this live. I'm gonna do I guess a separate live later to go over some of the updates from the Macron lawsuit and a couple videos you all sent for the Dum Dum who wants Gum Gum. I do appreciate you all. This is something else, man. This is absolutely crazy how these people think. So here is the Gifts and Go. Thank you all so much for the support. I set it up for those who want to support the channel and support me while I'm in between employment. If you would like to donate or even send prayers or just good thoughts, encouragement goes a long way. It really does. By all means. And make sure you hit the like button. That's free to do. Subscribe is free to do. Share the content is free to do. And then that way it can stay up in that algorithm. The candy asses are trying to have me shadow banned. They're putting everybody on lists. It's going to be a scorching at some point. I don't know. I guess they want, the earth to revolve around Candace. And we said no. And then they're like, oh, we're going to be big mad about it and put you on all the lists. Lady Luck Club's going on all these damn lists. Let's have all these stupid ass bots go in and leave dumb comments. This don't work on me. It just doesn't. The whole $7,000 thing. You see how I flipped it on the head. They get mad about that when it just doesn't work. When all these nonsense and buffoonery gets laughed at. Because I'm going to do that. They don't control the internet. I don't care how they feel. So since it doesn't work on me, yeah, they get big mad even more. All they're doing is keeping my name in their mouth. Candace too can play that game. So I'm here for it. I'm here for it. It don't work on me. So I just want to say thank you all if you can support. If not, I understand. Times are hard. But share the Gifts and Go if you can. Share it out. Tweet it out. I appreciate it. Prayers, everything. It helps. It helps. So thank you so much for the $4.99 super. Make sure you guys listen. Gil is a criminal defense attorney. He's also a personal injury lawyer. If you need legal assistance of any kind, dealing with auto accidents, dealing with workers' comp, injury on the job, you injury in Target, you going back to school shopping. Somebody left a, pack of crayons in the aisle because, it's Target. Then you slip and fall on it. Call Gil. And tell them, Lady Luck Club sent me. And I get a referral fee. Or DUI defendants for the state of California. There you go. Shout out to you, Gil. Make sure you guys go check out Gil's live stream he did last night where he goes over the evidence that has been released to the public thus far. And you can get that perspective from an attorney who understands how this works in the court of law, who also knows what jurisdiction means. Not from reptilian, from a real bar licensed attorney. Make sure you go check that out. Hit the like button and show love and support over there to Gil on the Whole Truth YouTube channel. Jacqueline, thank you so much for the 250 jewels. And here is Gil's YouTube channel link for the Whole Truth. Please go and support him. Check him out. We had Edie Marie up in here as well. Candyland Back to Babe 7000. Thank you all so much for the support. And here is the link to some of the information. You can just Google if, other people have been given immunity as witnesses in murder cases. That's a Google search. So here's the information that you can look up other cases where that has occurred. That is a legal concept. It's real. Let's see. I want to make sure I got everything. Nita, thank you so much. Did I get your super chat in? Thank you so much. I'm just happy you all are able to laugh. All right. We got to laugh, y'all. We got to laugh. Thank you all so much for the support. Edie, amazing. I just thank you so much, Coach Kimberly. Good grief. Thank you all. You guys are awesome. This is not possible without you all. So thank you all so much. Hit that like button and share this. Somebody let Josh Carr know. I will moderate his so-called debates or whatever this is. These clowns getting up here trolling him. Josh Carr, you know I won't let that happen. I would love to moderate because I know I can't do this on my own. Like something like this, I can't do it. I can't do it. I thought about it and I'm like, oh, I don't have the temperament. So you guys be good. Tune into the next live stream. I'll schedule it and set it up. And if you can, awesome. I'll see you in the next one. And if not, I will see you all tomorrow. We got Scientology Sunday, so we'll be here for that. All right. Thank you all. And until then, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.